Oh, I didn't know the mic was off. How you doing? Oh, look. Little jello cups things. Oh, a little mango. What is this, mango? Oh, no. Ooh, some more nuts. Take those peanuts. What's this here? Some more nuts. Ooh, look at these. Tommy would like these. Tommy loves these. Choco pies. Get a couple choco pies. Oh, these. God damn. Oh, my wife likes this here. Look, corn cheese. Look at the crazy corn flavored cheese. Tired. I've been working on the house all day. I've been curing wood all day long because I had woodworm in the wood, this old wood. So I've been heating it up, killing all the woodworm, curing it. How you been? What have you been up to? I could do some micro. I could do some micro burgers. They love micro burgers. We'll do some micro burgers. I like making castle burgers. Little castles. Look at this shit here. Ooh, look at that egg sandwich for 50 cents. Look at that 50 cents egg sandwich. I'll take that. Get that there. I don't know what that is. Tomatoes. I got tomatoes. I got lettuce. Let's see here. You know, let's just see if there's any. Look at all this meat. The meat's on sale here. Gotta have lots of meat for the meat. Oh man. Guess I can do chicken. I'll do like mini chicken sandwiches. How's that? They got tons of meat here. I'll do. I don't know. That chicken looks dark. I don't know if I like chicken looks. I got some pizzas. We're gonna do some pizzas. Look at that caramel corn. That looks good. Caramel corn. God, caramel corn. I like caramel corn. do you say there? Shadow, 45 million times 3, the amount fought. What do I need? I think what I need. Something I'm always missing. I get home and I'm like, shit, I forgot to buy that. I'll go here. You want anything? You gonna get chips or something? Huh? Oh, you're losing weight. No chips for you. Aw. Sacrificing. どうぞ。Oh, did you already get it? Yeah. Oh. すいません。
Well, so
The same one. Huh? Is it the same? Did you get it already though? What?
Another one?
これ一緒？これ。
牛肉と国産で違う商品になってます。
はい。
instead of
Mixu.
yeah?
One, two, three. Okay. What are you doing? Whoa. Let's see. Whoa, how many eggs do you have? Tamago. Put up. Dame.
Why did you do that?
You're. すいません。
卵は2点で合ってますか？
に。Yeah.
はい。了解ですね。はい、2点になりました。
Really no skill. Why don't you just scan it here? What are you using that thing?
It's more faster.
You're not. You're making more mistakes.
But you make them.
You're making mistakes.
Oh.
Right, take away the cart. Put the cart away. Dozo. I know, man. They need to be gone. That's probably really fattening, probably, Mikey. What do you think? How many calories is that?
138. This is that.
I don't know. Throw that coffee away. I know. Yeah, there's no more soybean farms. Trump killed all the soy farming in America. Imagine destroying all of the soy farming in America as a president. Insane. Oh, Bason's a soybean farmer. How you love Trump? How's Trump working out for you? How's Trump working out for you, soybean farmer? No, they're not even useful, dude. They're pitiful. This is mochi. got a Nazi in the house. A fake fuck Nazi. Fake fuck Christian. Fake fuck Christian Nazi pedo. Working her rice field. FFMP, FMC, FMCMP, FMC, FFCNP, FFCNP, FFCMP. Look, an FFCMP in the house. Fucking tired. Beautiful sunset. Whoop, whoop, whoop. iJet in the house. All right, Marky. What time are we leaving?
Like 5:10.
5:10? You got, what were you in the hospital for? What were you doing in the hospital? Are you okay? Affirmative. That's right. Uber Eats. Uber Eats. Chicken going. All right, let's get some chicken going or something here. Tommy, you need this. I'm gonna get to eat this. This is honey. Get a banana. Look at that. Put a banana in this bread. Mm. It's got honey in it. I was thinking Pulp Fiction. Um, I'm putting some of this chicken in. I put this one piece of chicken in with yogurt. I don't want to break it, so we'll let that sit. Super tenderized chicken. You haven't been drinking milk, have you, Mikey?
What?
There's lots of milk here. Oh, start drinking your milk.
I can't drink my milk.
Huh?
I can't drink your milk.
Yeah, I need you. Why did I buy more? I didn't realize you didn't have. You've been. Are we going or no? When's your plan? When are we leaving?
Wait.
Huh? Get out of your clothes. What are you doing? Look at these. Everything is wrapped within wrapped. Look, everything's individual wrapped in a bag. It's not like the States. Oh, scaletta. Mm-hmm. So good. I love eating. I don't know about you, but I love eating. God damn, I love eating. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. That's good. Try these things. These are caramel corn. You know, those cheese. Those Cheez-Its. You know, Cheez-Its. This is a caramel version. These are chocolate almonds. So basically, chocolate covered almonds. See the picture? Almonds. And these are like, what's up, News? These are caramel Cheez-Its. I love Cheez-Its. Caramel corn. How's that one doing? I'm trying to read the ingredients. I can't. Yeah.ハプ少しだけ。日本語少し喋る。No, I'm trying to get to 800 pounds. I'm trying to get big as I can. Squishy means a little bit. Dake, a little bit. Do it. Mikey, I'm in going to the car. Heike. but I didn't eat. Let's see what's going on the. Let's see what's going on the news today.
I think Canada's never looked stronger. It's just strange to be rooting for the Blue Jays when they're playing my home team, the Dodgers. The U.S.'s strategy looks performative, faux masculinity, sclerotic. They're dictating trade policy off of commercials that antagonize the president. Canada just looks more consistent and unafraid. I think this has bolstered the brand of Canada. I think Canada's never looked stronger. It's just strange to be.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. First and foremost, the fact that no one can confirm that we've actually been taking out narco traffickers or huge drug traffickers, however you want to say it. And last week when we were talking about this, Dana had just seen the alert that the admiral in charge of the Southern Command had resigned. And he was the one who was in charge of this. And the reporting is that he wasn't comfortable with the mission and had been pushing back within the Pentagon. And do you think he would have resigned if everything was by the book? So we have 32 people that have been killed so far, 7 individual strikes. We know that the Colombian president is alleging at least that an innocent fisherman was murdered. We know that there's a family from Trinidad who's saying that a member of their family was killed. And then it is really important that we've repatriated 2 people, one to Colombia, one to Ecuador, because that indicates that we don't have any evidence to prosecute them, that we didn't know who these guys were. Because if you did have evidence, you would bring them before a court. And I know that you're going to make fun of me, and I am prepared for it each and every day. But drug traffickers also have rights. The law applies. We should have the evidence. They should be charged with something, and they should come before a court of law. And Rand Paul was on the Sunday shows this weekend, and he said to Kristen Welker, when you kill someone, if you're not in a declared war, which we are not, Congress with the war powers, you really need to know someone's name at least. You have to accuse them of something. You have to present evidence. So all these people have been blown up without any evidence of a crime. They're also saying that it's about fentanyl, and people who analyze the area are saying that there's drugs that go through, but it's mostly cocaine and marijuana that are headed actually to Europe and to Africa. So the government story is not adding up. It doesn't make a lot of sense. First and foremost, the fact that no one can confirm that we've actually been taking out narco traffickers or huge drug traffickers, however you want to say it. And last week when we were talking about this, Dana had just seen the alert that
Since when was drug trafficking a death penalty, right? Judge, jury, prosecutor right then with the Navy. I mean, these are war crimes. No, I know. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Here's the other insane thing. I mean, you know how much those missiles cost? $200,000 to blow up a fishing boat. The missiles that they're firing at these fishing boats are $200,000. It's insane. I mean, we've got Navy SEALs on these ships. Send out Navy SEALs, get on the boat, arrest them. What the fuck? Just blowing them out of the water? What kind of bullshit is that? Dr. Diarrhea. What a great name. Dr. Diarrhea. Dude, you're a fucking fake fuck Christian pedo loving Nazi. I'll take TDS any day. Fake fuck Christian pedo loving Nazi. That's what you are. All these fake fuck. You guys are fake fuck Christians, right? How do you like being a fake fuck Christian? I'm just curious. I'm an atheist. I'm just curious what it's like for you to be a fake fuck Christian.
This is what it looks like when camping actually works.
No, I'm not. Not triggered at all. It's fact. You're a fake fuck Christian. All right? You're a Christian, right? You call yourself a Christian. What does God say about how to deal with foreigners in your country? All right? Let me remind you what God said. All right? So this is why you're a fake fuck Christian. Give me Leviticus 19, 33, 34. What did God say about treating foreigners in your country?
When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So basically, God was telling the Israelites to be kind and welcoming to foreigners.
Yeah, and that's why you're fake fuck Christians, right? No, I didn't see it, Smurf. He's here kissing her feet. You notice how the bitch had to come over to Japan? Look at that. He flew over to Japan. Goddamn, Japanese are so smart. What do we need for Trump? Oh, we need a woman. Okay. What kind of woman? Oh, one who wants to be like Margaret Thatcher. Oh yeah, okay. Because he loves Margaret Thatcher. Goddamn, Trump is so easy. Of course Japan is going to put a woman in. Treat them like your neighbor. Treat them like yourself. Love them, right? They're fake fuck Christians. If you believe in Trump, you're a fake fuck. Trump is the literal opposite of Jesus. You know that. Trump is. I love to ask this. Okay, give me one thing that that Trump has, which is a Jesus trait. One. Give me one Jesus trait. You can't. He doesn't have any. Christian means to be like Christ, right? Christ has empathy. These motherfuckers don't have any fucking empathy, dude. They don't have, and to have compassion, you have to have empathy. They don't have any empathy, right? What does that mean? Trump greater than Harris. Christ followed the law. No, he didn't. I don't think he did he? He went threw those money lenders out. He threw the money lenders out. He didn't follow the law. He went into the temple, threw the money lenders out. Trump says, have empathy, to love their neighbor. All right, Sean. MAGA are fake fuck Christians. Well done, James. You got yourself 50 points. Orange Antichrist. Where do you live, Hapu? Welcome to the channel, Hapu. You can whack some. You can whack some. You could whack some fucking MAGA zombies. Look, it's like Duke Nukem. I created Duke Nukem live chat Duke Nukem, or Quake. It's called Mega Doom. MAGA Doom. Whack a MAGA. Boom, baby. Whack, whack. How many in here? Hope everyone's doing well. Let's see what else is going on here.
Anyone else notice that the East Wing demolition came at a really convenient time for Trump?
Yeah, he did the demolition just to distract from Epstein.
The people who receive SNAP benefits and EBT are just lazy. Hi, my name's Lacey. I'm a single mom to a medically complex child, and I work full time. I also have to pay my rent. I also have to pay her medical bills. I also have to attend IEP meetings, which I have to go to a meeting about how IEPs are no longer. Hi, hello. I have to get another job. I have to pay for childcare. Do you want to know how expensive preschool is? Do you? I have to apply to programs to help cover. Oh, wait, those programs are no longer. Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The people who receive SNAP benefits and EBT are just lazy. Hi, my name's Lacey. I'm a single mom to a medically complex child, and I work full time. I also have to pay my rent. I also have to pay her medical bills. I also have to attend IEP meetings, which I have to go to a meeting about how IEPs are no longer. Hi, hello. I have to get another job. I have to pay for childcare. Do you want to know how expensive preschool is? Do you? I have to apply to programs to help cover. Oh, wait, those programs are no longer. Okay, perfect. Great.
Fucking insane. It's insane. The insensitivity of these maggots, dude, you know, just fucking over people, right? For the sake of billionaires. I mean, all these fucking maggots, dude. ICE admits it has detained 100.
Democrats are investigating the arrests of U.S. citizens after a ProPublica investigation showed that ICE has detained more than 170 citizens in recent raids. And the New York Times, citing video of federal agents tackling people and even telling a group of Latinos, including a U.S. citizen, they have no rights. This morning, the Times editorial board published an op-ed titled, "Being Latino in the United States Should Not Be a Crime."
It is.
Writing
Nazis.
that the Trump administration's immigration crackdown has become a campaign of discrimination against Latinos with tactics that violate both law and human decency. Democrats are investigating the arrests
He'll
of
be
U.S.
dead
citizens
before he's in
after a
prison.
ProPublica investigation showed that ICE has detained more than 170 citizens in recent raids. And the New York Times, citing video of federal agents tackling people and even telling a group of Latinos, including a U.S. citizen, they have no rights.
This morning, the Times editorial board published an op-ed titled, "Being Latino in the United States Should Not Be a Crime," writing that the Trump administration's immigration crackdown has become a campaign.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. It's like, you know, being Jew in 1933 Germany shouldn't have been a crime. I mean, this shit's Nazi. This is why MAGA are fucking Nazis. You know? We have Nazis in America. That's the comedy. That's the fucking comedy. Nazis in America. Yeah, I mean, the people are already asking for pardons. You know that? People are already asking for pardons. That's got to be huge, you know, if he doesn't maintain power and things fucking flip, dude, it's going to be all hell.
Lined up out here to get food, and we're talking about a damn ballroom. Don't lose the plot. Don't lose the plot of what's going on here. This is not a both sidesism. This is owned by the Republicans. It is owned by their ability to want to have anything their way. They've got a president that is pulling money back that was appropriated by the legislature, which these legislators, I know, I'm glad they are, would be horrified by that idea, giving up their authority as an independent branch. So I know Democrats are ready to go. I know they're ready to come back and do this. They're ready to come back and protect things that had passed the legislature. They are not willing to come back and let an authoritarian president do whatever he wants. The people are going to be lined up out here to get food, and we're talking about a damn ballroom. Don't lose the plot. Don't lose the plot of what's going on here. This is not a both sidesism. This
How long is this sustainable?
It's not. It won't be from the first day. For every meal that a food bank provides, the SNAP program provides 9. There's no way we can meet that gap. There's no way we can replace every single one of those meals. It is not sustainable for food banks to fill this gap. We were not built to do this. We will stand out there and we will do our very best.
How long is this sustainable?
Wow. It's not. It won't be from the first day. For every meal that a food bank provides, the SNAP program provides 9. There's no way we can meet that gap. There's no way we can replace every single one of those meals. It is not sustainable for food banks to fill this gap.
Yeah.
We were not built to do this.
God hates Trump.
We will do our very best.
Trump's a fucking piece of shit pedo, dude.
It's not. It won't be from the first day. For every meal that a food bank provides, the SNAP program provides 9. There's no way we can meet
Look,
that
Trump
gap.
is starving
There's no way we can
40
replace every single one
million
of those
Americans.
meals. It is not sustainable for food banks to fill this gap. We were not built to do
40
this.
million
We will stand out
Americans
there
are going to
and we will
go
do our
hungry.
very
And
best.
most of them are kids. Most are children.
Taxes are high because of all of the freeloaders in America. What? Walmart and McDonald's. They're some of the top employers of people receiving benefits from federal programs like Medicaid and food stamps. But how are they freeloading if they're working at McDonald's and Walmart? I'm not talking about the workers. I'm talking about McDonald's and Walmart. Those are for people without enough work. No, 12 million adult wage earners are on Medicaid and 9 million
you're gonna see an explosion of crime as a result of this bullshit. People are just gonna say, "Fuck it, dude." They're gonna steal. They're gonna, you know, what else do you have? What else can you do? You're starving, you know. Rampant. 42 million Americans, children. I know. Yeah, their insurance, they probably didn't have. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand the person's mentality to be like so enamored with. There's a fucking truck there. This truck all kitted out. It's funny. You're in Osaka. Nice. Osaka, you're only 3.5 hours from me, dude. Only 3.5 hours, Nick. Yeah, it's a nice little place. A little oasis. How long are you in Japan for, Nick? Oh shit, I'm waiting for a fucking light. My thoughts, the Democrats, they need to hold fast on it. I mean, it sucks. The thing is, see, the Republicans can end the shutdown anytime they want. They can change the rules to 51%, get rid of the filibuster, and pass their budget. You know. I mean, they have the power, they have the control. So they don't want to, because then it's all on them, right? You know what I'm saying? They realize that they could end the shutdown tomorrow, right? They don't need the Democrats. And but that puts them in a horrible position, because then everything's on them.
42 million Americans are about to lose their SNAP benefits for no reason. The GOP blames the shutdown, but the U.S. has a $5 billion reserve to keep benefits going out. They're really trying to pressure Democrats into funding their agenda, which is rooted in the idea that only the strongest deserve to survive. We know this because Republicans' big, beautiful bill will result.
45,000 people are going to die.
More than 51,000 preventable deaths every single year. But the billionaires in charge actually want people who they can't exploit to
Not Fukuoka, Fukui. F-U-K-U-I, Fukui. I'm not in Fukuoka. Fukuoka is I'm north of you. Northwest.
Low-paying jobs and overworked, so they're less likely to fight for their rights. Just think about what Trump has done since he got into office. Cancer research funding for kids slashed. Vaccine mandates rolled back. Food assistance for the poor cut. Agencies that protect disabled students and workers gutted. Funding for mental health services cut. Drug addiction programs that have saved thousands ended. And healthcare will soon be stripped away from millions of low-income Americans if Republicans have their way. Tens of thousands of people will die. Kids, elderly, the disabled, veterans, working Americans. It's all
nice. Welcome to Japan, brother. Is your house in Osaka, outskirts? You know, I spent most of my life outside of the U.S. I moved back to the States when I was 16. But I left the States when I was like 1 year old. Grew up in Spain, England. So I've spent more time outside of America than in America.
It's clear that the GOP embraces social Darwinism for survival of the fittest. Not that all human life is valuable like pro-lifers claim. How can anyone justify living in a world with billionaires when millions struggle to feed themselves? 42 million Americans are about to lose their SNAP.
Oh, nada. Nada has a really nice, zoo in Nada. I've been to that zoo. What are you gonna do?
I don't know what black woman hurt him in his past, honey, but it is really taking him through it. Listen, he's never been known to be an Einstein. This is not a guy who got in on merit when it came to going to college. This is someone who, but for him being born with a silver spoon, probably wouldn't have got into anybody's institution, unlike me. So, you know, I am not worried about that, and I wish people would look at the fact that you have a president of the United States who consistently is obsessing over two women of color that are members of the House. You are the president. You have a lot more power than we do, but obviously you consistently feel threatened, and that is why we have seen.
Oh, Crockett did something with
the
her hair.
attacks on black women in general from this administration. I don't know what black woman hurt him in his past, honey, but it is really taking him through it. But I really wish, for the sake of this country and honestly for the sake of the world, that he would focus on his real job and stop worrying about me. My constituents would worry about whether or not I have an adequate IQ, even though that's not the test that he's taking.
They're trying to suppress the vote. They're trying to chill the freedom of speech. We've seen that with this private police force, these increasing encroachment in terms of our civil liberties, no due process, people with masks jumping out of unmarked cars. We're seeing that in terms of the federalization, the militarization of American cities with troops. It is part of practice from this administration. They have no business being here. They have no basis being here for exactly the reasons you framed. It's a statewide election for a statewide constitutional amendment. And so
Crystal. Well, yeah, Trump destroyed agriculture in the United States. Trump has destroyed American agriculture. I mean, when you lose a $20 billion customer, dude, I mean, he should be impeached for that. Trump should literally be impeached for losing a $20 billion customer. I mean, can you imagine if Obama or Biden or...
This president sold America's farmers out. And, farmers called every day. They said that they feel like they've been betrayed by this president. 40 billion to Argentina, and then they start to sell soybeans to China. And then the president comes and invites them here to the United States, and then cuts another deal undermining beef cattle farmers here at home. So he always says he's putting Americans first, that he loves farmers, but this doesn't look American at all. You know, this president sold America's farmers out. And, you know, farmers call every day and they said that they feel like they've been betrayed by this president, you know, $40 billion to Argentina, and then they start to sell soybeans to China. And then the president comes and invites them here to the United States, and then cuts another deal undermining beef cattle farmers here at home. So he always says he's putting Americans first, that he loves
What have you done?
but this doesn't look American at all. You know, this president sold America's farmers out. And, you know,
The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't. The Republicans in the House and Senate have a mandate, it's true. It was a decisive win across the nation. The American people want us to implement and deliver that America First agenda. And we have to do that while we have that energy and that excitement beginning on the very first day of the Congress in the new year. The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't. The Republicans in the House and Senate have a mandate, it's true. It was a decisive win across the nation. The American people want us to implement and deliver that America First agenda. And we have to do that while we have that energy and that
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Despite the risks, home births are surging, and cuts to Medicaid will make this worse. First, this is not about shaming anyone for deciding to have their babies at home. It's about shaming the Trump admin for creating a lack of choice for people. Women have given birth at home since the dawn of time. While some studies link home births and higher risk of perinatal and neonatal death, there isn't a lot of data to go off of, and the connection is inconclusive. Due to Trump's Medicaid cuts and soaring healthcare costs, more are being forced into home births, not by choice, but by lack of affordable care. Republicans shut down the government because they see no issue with doubling, if not tripling, Americans' monthly insurance costs. Trump's big, beautiful bill gutted Medicaid to the point where millions of people will lose their coverage. This will especially hurt already struggling rural hospitals where labor and delivery wards are closing, creating more care deserts where patients need to travel hundreds of miles in order to give birth. The bill also cut funding to any healthcare systems that provide abortions, a targeted move by Trump to defund Planned Parenthood, one of the only places Medicaid recipients and rural communities can get care. Without vital prenatal care, many high-risk patients won't know their potential complications, resulting in more dangerous home births. Distrust of the medical system, especially by Black women and women of color, is well-founded given centuries of dismissal, mistreatment, and abuse by the system. 2025 data found Black women face a maternal mortality rate 3 times higher than that of white women. Regardless of race, forcing mothers to give birth at home because of astronomical insurance costs or underfunded rural hospitals is going to make this dangerous problem even more deadly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Nicole Foy of ProPublica.
You know. Look at her marshaling him around. Look at Trump. Look at this. This is fucking hilarious. Look at Trump. Lost. She's like, okay, what do I do? We coast over there, dipshit. Okay, come on, come here, old man. Come on, look, she's grabbing him by the, god damn. Oh my god. He's fucking so fucking lost, dude. What a doofus, dude. That's too funny.
We are also today announcing a partnership with Turning Point. We want to make sure that all high schools in Florida, anybody in a high school that wants to start a state Club America chapter will be able to do so. There shouldn't be any impediments to that, and certainly no discrimination. We're not going to allow that.
Nazi youth party.
And any school or school district that does try to discriminate, that man right there will probably first send you a nasty gram and then drop the hammer. So that will happen. And so this was founded earlier this year, but Club America is a new student-led organization designed to mobilize high schoolers to advocate for American values, freedom, free enterprise, and limited government. And obviously, Charlie started out as one of the lone voices on university campuses talking about those back in the day. We are also today...
Donald Trump is not well, and it's driving him crazy.
Really, Jim? Yeah, really, Jim. How so? Here you go.
The White House confirmed that his last visit to Walter Reed for an annual physical. Donald Trump is
There you go. Here you go.
It's driving him crazy. The White House confirmed that his last visit to Walter Reed for an annual physical, 4 months after his last annual physical, included an MRI of his brain. Here's what they found. And the numbers. Tiny fingers, and it's getting to him. And it's not just the communist Democrats who are turning on him.
The overwhelming majority of Republicans in Washington secretly hate Trump, and they're too afraid of him to say so, but they hate him. Lindsey Graham, obviously, Ted Cruz really hates him. Mark Levin openly hates him.
So why is he freaking out now?
They think it's horrible, and to quote our colleague Charles Barkley, terrible, terrible, terrible.
Well, Ipsos, Quinnipiac, Reuters, and USA Today polls show his numbers continuing to fall. To put it simply, Trump is realizing that without his presidency, none of his base or the supposed supporters will stand by him.
Republicans hate Donald Trump.
And there's something going on with the Epstein list that could crush him as well.
In 2021, as part of Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, it was revealed that Donald Trump lied about riding on Epstein's plane. He actually flew on it 7 times.
Trump knows that the midterms could cut him off at the legs, so he's deploying U.S. troops and ICE in U.S. cities, attacking ships at sea with no proof or cause, and Trump's economy, baked inside his vast, awkward ideas, are collapsing on top of him. Trump literally concocted his own deranged economic principles.
We built the greatest economy in the history of the world.
Republicans hate Donald Trump.
Dairy Queen is behind the very reason the Democrats won't cave in on the shutdown. Trump's beautiful bill is a clusterfuck.
They think it's horrible.
It will eliminate the ACA premiums that, once removed, will leave 15 million Americans without health insurance. So over the weekend, Trump does what he does best, insanity. Listen to this exchange with a reporter, and you tell me if this man is well.
They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test, have her pass like the exams that I decided to take. Like you'll go person.
Exams is like, which is the elephant?
Trump is very comfortable.
Which is the elephant, right? Pick the elephant, right? Fucking senility exam. Oh my God.
Acting like he's big BMOC across the world, essentially. And so these leaders have figured out a way to please him. It's kind of sad. It's like pleasing an old man. Like, let's pet him and this and that. Here's my prediction. He's going to go up to the DMZ and go visit his friend in North Korea. He's so close. He talks about him in a nicer way than he talks about other Americans, which is really kind of depressing given he's a dictator. And not just an autocrat, even worse than that.
But those are his role models. He's very much about strength. He conflates strength with coarseness and cruelty and authoritarianism. And the problem is he's been successful in the short term at it. He's won the presidency twice. Everybody's falling in line behind him. And it's out of the authoritarian playbook. Reward the people who are loyal to you, punish severely the people who aren't loyal to you.
Trump is very comfortable acting like he's big.
When I was younger, I was on food stamps for a while when I lived in Texas. It's very unfortunate that people won't have that, but it's good that we're helping out people. So people like in the situation I was in.
So this might
He
shock some
got
of you,
me.
but
He
Donald
nailed
Trump
me.
is covering up and lying again, this time about his health. So he just admitted on Air Force One that he was given an MRI during his October Walter Reed visit. The White House didn't talk about this. Nobody's talked about it until now, where Donald Trump admitted it. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Even at his age, MRIs are not something that you do routinely. It's not a routine thing.
No.
They are given when a problem is suspected or in order to rule out a condition. That's what MRIs, my understanding, are for. They're suspected that something's wrong, and if they think that there's a problem, they check it out. That's why you give somebody an MRI. Listen, I'm not a doctor, but any logical person and any doctor would tell you that. This was the administration that talked about transparency. Do you remember when he went to Walter Reed the first go around when he was the president of the United States?
China has been boycotting American soybeans, and American farmers have really suffered. Do you see a real light at the end of the tunnel?
Why did Chinese boycott American soybean farmers? Hey, Gamer, why did America lose a $20 billion customer? Right?
They allow soybeans again?
Well, Martha, in case you don't know it, I'm actually a soybean farmer, so I have felt this pain too. And there are a couple of things happening here. One, the Chinese have substantially dropped their purchases to almost zero. So they unfortunately have been using American farmers who are amongst President Trump's biggest supporters. I think he had more than 90% support. And then this was one of the biggest crops in 20 or 30 years. So it was a perfect storm. But I think we have addressed the farmers' concerns, and I'm not going to get ahead of the president, but I believe when the announcement of the deal with China is made public, that our soybean farmers will feel very good about what's going on, both for this season and the coming seasons.
China has been boycotting American.
Trump is in bigly spirits aboard Air Force One. He loves talking to the reporters on Air Force One. For whatever reason, after the White House had been trying to keep it swept under the rug, he revealed that he had an MRI when he had that physical, and revealed that he took a cognitive test, which he aced, of course, much more so than any dumb lady Democrat could.
They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ. You give her an IQ test. Have her pass, like, the exams that I decided to take. Let AOC go against Trump. Let Jasmine go against Trump. I don't think Jasmine, the first couple of questions are easy. A tiger, an elephant, a giraffe, you know. When you get up to about 5 or 6, and then when you get up to 10 and 20 and 25, they couldn't come close to answering any of those questions.
This is my 39th crop. I started in 1986, the year I graduated high school. I could plant an acre of beans in 1986 for $30. It irritates me that you don't have the guts to acknowledge that the people do not pay the tariffs. I don't care if it's John Deere, Case, Caterpillar, All that stuff is outsourced overseas. And the guy that pays it is the guy that purchases it. I can buy a bearing for a combine, and it's made in Taiwan, or who knows where. Parts have over doubled in the last year, if you can get them. The dealer at Marshall has a backlog for almost 4 months because they can't get parts because of Trump's stupid tariffs. I think agriculture has taken a heck of a hit on a lot of misinformation, and he is not helping the farmer. I mean, we farm about 3,500 acres. We are going to be so far in the red. When are you going to stand up for us instead of kissing his ass for these trade deals? And the tariffs. More so the tariffs than the trade. This is my 39th crop. I started in 1986, the year I graduated high school. I could plant an acre of beans in 1986 for $30.
And now we go on. This is where the sundowner hour with the time change is really kicking in. He tells the troops that he doesn't like good-looking people. This is the eugenics guy, right? He says that he doesn't like good-looking people, and he admits he's never really admitted this before.
It comes from you people, incredible people, good-looking people, too many good-looking people. I don't like good-looking people. I never liked good-looking people, I'll be honest with you. I've never admitted that before. But see, I'm allowed to, we won in the Supreme Court a thing based on merit. You know about that, right? Merit. Everything now in our country is based on merit. And that's why
merit just means white dude.
Nothing but merit. It's great to have a country back where we can go by merit. Now we don't go by anything else except for talent and work and hard work.
That is dementia jetstream bullshit, crazy town, crazy talk. It goes back to my premise that I made several months ago that he looks and behaves like a person that escaped the memory care wing of a nursing home.
Trump's MRI. How bad is this? How bad is this?
Did you get an MRI? Can you tell us? I did. I got an MRI. It was perfect. Yep. I mean, I gave you the full results. We had an MRI, and in the machine, the whole thing, and it was perfect. Yeah. Did you say what in particular? You could ask the doctors. In fact, we have doctors traveling with us, but I think they gave you a very conclusive. Nobody has ever given you reports like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good, either I would let you know negatively, I wouldn't run, I'd do something, but the doctor said some of the best reports for the age, some of the best reports they've ever seen. Did you get an MRI? Can you tell us? I did. I got an MRI. It was perfect. Yeah.
FEMA rejecting Maryland.
Assemble and wear in 5 seconds, customizable to your needs. With one click, switch between the H module and the K module. Going the distance never felt so easy. Reduce the risk of falls up to 40%. 66 pounds of relief with every step. 216 pounds of pressure, gone. The K module delivers up to 88 pounds of upward support, a maximum speed of 17.4 miles per hour, an intelligent motor that boosts your natural stride.
Wow, that's
with automatic AI recognition of over 10 motion scenarios built to withstand water, dust from every step, and extreme weather with ease. Make the most of your day with training mode to transform daily activities into targeted exercise. ACC mode. It's cruise control for your legs for every trail, every climb, and every step along the way. Unlock your potential with Ascentus. Assemble and wear in 5 seconds, customizable to your needs. With one click, switch between the H module and the K module. Going the distance never felt so easy. Reduce the risk of falls up to 40%. 66 pounds of relief with every step. 216 pounds of pressure, gone.
The K module delivers up to 88 pounds of upward support, a maximum speed of 17.4 miles per hour, an intelligent motor that boosts your natural stride, with automatic AI recognition of over 10 motion scenarios built to withstand water, dust from every step, and extreme weather with ease. Make the most of your day with training mode to transform daily activities into targeted exercise. ACC mode. It's cruise control for your legs for every trail, every climb, and every step along the way. Unlock your potential with Ascentus. Assemble and wear in 5 seconds, customizable to your needs. With one click, switch between the H module and the K module. Going the distance never felt so easy. Reduce the risk of falls up to 40%. 66 pounds of relief with every step. 216 pounds of...
Now, you might be thinking, if a ballroom is so important, why didn't a previous president build it? It's because they didn't have the ballroom balls.
Administration after administration have publicly and privately spoken about the need for a larger event space. So while
Rupert Murdoch's Wall Street Journal has a direct message, a DM, if you will, to the United States Supreme Court. Look at Donald Trump being triggered by a Ronald Reagan speech from 1987. In which he said the tariffs effectively are bad and unpatriotic, all true. And that Ontario, Canada ran it to troll Donald Trump. Donald Trump was triggered by it and tried to impose and is imposing an additional 10% tariff on Canada as a punishment. The Wall Street Journal, in a new editorial piece by the editorial board, says that's all you need to know, United States Supreme Court, as to why he should not be given the power to tariff and why that's reserved for Congress. And all of this talk that this is a trade imbalance and an emergency is all being undermined by the fact.
When you actually came to Japan for the first time, what was the culture shock that you had as American? I was really surprised how different relationships are here. My impression is that like everyone cheats. I think that's not the case in America, but when you ask Japanese people like, have you ever cheated before? They'll go like, no, never. And if you ask them again, they'll be like, 1回だけ, just once. And then you ask them again, they'll be like, 10回だけ, just 10 times. I assume you have lots of Japanese friends and stuff. Do you think it's actually true, or is that misconception? I definitely have Japanese friends that don't cheat, but it's hard to know whether they're telling the truth too. But I think there are loyal people here, but there's also like the fuzoku and things like that, which like whether that's cheating or not is a debate among Japanese people. I'm sure you've seen.
What about your friends? What did they say? That's prostitution kind of cheating? Or?
I think girls usually will say like if it's for business, it's common that like business people will go there with like senpai, for example. That's okay. But if you go by yourself, then it's cheating.
Japan for you.
When you actually came to Japan for the first time, what was the culture shock that you had as American?
I was really surprised how different relationships are here. My impression is that like everyone cheats. I think that's not the case in America, but when you ask Japanese people like, have you ever cheated before? They'll go like, no, never. And if you ask them again, they'll be like, 1回だけ, just once. And then you ask them again, they'll be like, 10回だけ, just 10 times.
I assume you have lots of Japanese friends and stuff. Do you think it's actually true, or is that misconception? Or?
I definitely have Japanese friends that don't cheat, but it's hard to know whether they're telling the truth too. But I think there are loyal people here, but there's also like the fuzoku and things like that, which like whether that's cheating or not is a debate among Japanese people. I'm sure you've seen.
What about your friends? What did they say? That's prostitution kind of cheating? Or?
I think girls usually will say like if it's for business, it's common that like business people will go there with like senpai, for example. That's okay.
This movement is wildly unpopular.
I have 3,000 shirts, dude.
Moses Mike
3,000.
and these other sycophantic, ass-kissing limp dick Republicans are sucking up to this guy. And I think the key of this, they're wagging the dog with Venezuela. Of course, he wants all the oil, but I still think it is in essence a wag the dog style, cling onto power diversion.
Prostitution.
What is your take on that, Pumps? I completely agree. And I also
Prostitutes.
believe they have no interest in opening back up the government for two reasons. He's gutting the federal workforce. He's got his buddy paying the military, which is his private army. And the longer the government is shut down, the longer Mike Johnson cannot swear in the new congressperson
How is he the
from
best?
Arizona. And
So how is he the best, dude? How is he the best there, Ken? How is he the best? Is it the the destruction of the Constitution? How so? Oh, he's hidden.
GPT-5 just dropped faster, smarter, and more human than ever. But China didn't stay quiet. Qwen 3 thinking can build full games from one prompt. GLM 4.5, open source, cheap, and it's already beating GPT-5 in logic and coding tests. While OpenAI focuses on premium power, China's making AI that everyone can use. The AI war isn't about who's smartest anymore. It's about who controls the future. GPT-5 just dropped.
All right. An hour. Maggot, it's all good. It's all good.
これ簡単に言うと同じ人間作んなきゃいけないんですよ。で、従う人間。ロボットですよ。マシンを作るという。
Google AI Studio has essentially replaced every single AI app builder out there, and you can use it for free. Plus, it's incredibly easy, and you don't even need to know how to code. I'm going to show you exactly how to use it today, and if you've never used this before, let me show you how it works. So, for example, over here, you can see we go to aistudio.google.com, and then from here, we can start using Google AI Studio. Now, you can see inside the list, inside the chat, you've got a bunch of ideas. So you've got, for example, Gemini, you've got live, you've got images, you've got video, etc., right? So these are all the different APIs that you can use. Now, inside the chat, you can just basically go back and forth with it, kind of like ChatGPT, for example. But if you want to do bigger and better things with this and build your own ideas, then you can actually go to the build section over here, and you get options between the FAQs. So here, it's just sort of general FAQs. Then you've got your app section, and you can switch between recently viewed, created by others, and created by you. So between these, you can see all the different apps you've built. So for example, I've built out AI avatar video generator, SEO keyword discovery tool, Gemini run planner, even an AI video optimizer. I'll show you how these work and how we build them in a second, but you can actually customize them exactly how you want. You can generate video, sound, you can even create live audio transcriptions, etc. And if we go over to the app gallery now, you can see some examples as well of what we've got and what we can build. So you can even chat with Google Maps directly, which is pretty wild. You can use AI Studio and basically describe any scene to get a video in seconds. You can use Run Chase, and this is basically a game that someone has built, and shared inside the app. And you've got all these different options right here, right? The way that I would approach this, and I'll put some free notes inside the AI Money Lab in case you want to learn how to use this stuff. So if you go to the AI Money Lab, link in the comments description, or just Google it if you want to. And then you can go down to AI automations, and this is where I'm going to show you how to use this stuff. So if we go to add page, down here, we're going to click on new page, and I'll just insert the notes and the step-by-step instructions for using this. So it's a Gemini free tool. So how to use, you just go to aistudio.google.com, and then from there, you are going to click on build and start putting in your idea. So I want to show you some examples of what we've built so far, and then I'll come on to exactly how you can build these too. So for example, over here, we have the AI video title optimizer. So what this can do, essentially, this is a tool that I've built and I've custom made it for my own use cases. And I think that's the best way to get the most out of this, is you figure out, okay, where are you spending your time? What's wasting your time? What can you automate? And then how can you build it with Gemini AI Studio? And the beautiful thing about this is, you know, you can build it very quickly. It's quite easy to use. It's better than, you know, a lot of these.
Oh.
Don't want to pay for roaming? You have another choice. Get the YesM app.
It's 6:30. Mikey's got boxing. I'm just hanging out in the parking lot.
So the U.S. just bailed out Argentina with $40 billion. And this is while the U.S. government is still in shutdown. The U.S. Treasury literally bought Argentina's pesos, which is a currency that has hyperinflated over 200%. And we're told that this is supposed to be a good investment.
President Trump is now considering doubling his promised bailout to Argentina to $40 billion. Trump praised Argentina's president during his visit to the White House, calling him MAGA all the way.
Now, what's strange is that Argentina is not even one of America's biggest trading partners. Not top 3, not even top 5. And none of this was debated in Congress, it wasn't voted on, and it wasn't really even talked about in the news. And officials are telling us that this is not a bailout. So the question I had is, why are we doing this, and where are we getting the money to pay for it?
Well, I'll tell you why we're doing it. Because there's some hedge funds that ultimately lost their shirt. They're friends with Trump. And they're like, Trump, help us. You know, they're a bunch of fucking socialists. You know, whenever a rich fucker loses money, they always run to the fucking government to bail them out. That's why. And now, since they're doubling down, they can make money off Argentina's steak beef.
And it turns out the money is going to come from something most people have never even heard of, which is a fund inside the Treasury called the ESF, the Exchange Stabilization Fund. It's only been used a couple of times throughout history, and now it's going to be used to prop up and essentially bail out an entire foreign economy, which happens to be at the expense of American farmers and taxpayers.
Especially now that President Trump has floated the idea of bringing down meat prices by importing beef from Argentina, which cattle ranchers across the country say will not help.
Now, the official story is that the U.S. is doing this out of the goodness of our heart, that Argentina is struggling, and they represent the MAGA values, right?
I'm with this man because his philosophy is correct.
So the U.S. should help them stabilize their economy. Which, by the way, is completely ironic when you consider that Argentina's President Javier Milei ran for election on free markets and no bailouts from the state. But they're getting one of the biggest bailouts of all time. So none of that made sense to me. But the more I looked into this, the more connections I started to notice between Wall Street, the U.S., and a couple of very powerful investors with deep interests in Argentina's debt. These are people who have been betting on Argentina's recovery for years. And if Argentina's bonds are allowed to collapse, billions of those dollars would disappear.
Yep.
And when you realize who's now sitting at the Treasury and who they worked with in the past, you'll see how it's all connected, and it'll start to make a lot of sense. So in today's video, I want to show you how the U.S. just bailed out a foreign country and why, and what this says about the new financial war between the U.S. and China. So with that said, let's get
bailing out billionaires.
Hi, my name is Andre Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the bailout. So before I get into what this means for the U.S. and for China and the dollar, let me first explain how it actually happened, because obviously what the Treasury did was not approved or passed through Congress, wasn't voted on, and it didn't even come from the Federal Reserve. It actually came from a completely separate pool of money, and it's one that very few people even know exists. It's called the ESF, the Exchange Stabilization Fund. Now, the ESF was actually created way back in 1934 during the Great Depression, with profits the U.S. made from revaluing gold. So at the time, President Franklin Roosevelt literally changed the price of gold from $20.67 an ounce to $35 per ounce. So all of a sudden, the U.S. government just declared that its gold reserves were worth 70% more than they were the day before. That repricing caused a huge profit. It created a huge benefit of billions of dollars for the Treasury. But instead of letting Congress just spend it all, Roosevelt decided to lock it away in a new fund that could be used for emergency stabilization. The idea was that the Treasury could use this secret pool of money to intervene in currency markets for things like stabilizing the dollar, or if we really wanted to, getting involved in foreign economies without ever needing Congress's approval to do it. And for the last 90 years, it's been sitting inside the Treasury, and it was only used a couple of times throughout history that we know of, at least publicly. For example, it was used in 1995 to bail out Mexico during the peso crisis.
The peso also continued to collapse. It has lost 40% of its value to the dollar in the last 3 weeks.
Again in 2008 during the global financial collapse, and again during the pandemic to backstop credit markets when the Fed ran out of things to do, like lowering interest rates past zero. And now again this time to prop up another country's currency and by extension their economy. Now the question is this funded by our tax dollars? And the answer is yes and no. The Treasury isn't literally sending Argentina just a blank check, right? At least not directly. What they're doing is
I've been working all day.
Something called a currency
I worked
swap.
at the house.
Through the Exchange Stabilization Fund, the Treasury buys Argentina's pesos
I'm like
from
zoning out
Argentina's
here.
central bank, giving them US dollars in return.
Yeah, I worked all day
theory,
on the house.
Those pesos act as collateral. And in practice, the Treasury is now holding a hyperinflating currency. A melting ice cube.
I wonder if my picture's on here. So I built, I don't know if you can see that, I built shelving here and here. I got shelving up top there. I put more shelving up here. But it's on my other phone. And today I was what's the word? What do they call that? I was cooking wood. There's a word for it. I knew it earlier. What is it when you cook wood? Anyone know? Not churn. Another word. It's God, I said it earlier today. Anyway, no, it could be seasoned, but no, I had a big barrel, right, and I have a fire in it, and you put the wood on it, it kind of like it kills the the flames, and then I was heating it up to kill any woodworm in the wood. Seasoning, yeah. I was just cooking it to kill all the worms, the in there. Yeah, God, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's not. It's like seasoning. It's something else. It was cauterizing. So I put it on. Basically, I was sitting it on for 2.5 minutes on the heat, and then I was moving the board all the way up and down, flipping it over, and then storing it. It's funny because I was wondering, I could see like little bits of moisture like coming up, and I'm wondering if that's the worm, if that's actually oils in the wood coming through, right? Or if it's the woodworm that I'm fucking cooking and exploding. I'd have these little dots, you know, like the woodworm is exploding, and then the moisture is like seeping up through the wood. I don't know, but you could see these little dots. But it's all in a straight line, so I don't know. What's up, Eddie? So my face was all. You should have seen my face, and then fucking hey, dude. Good idea. When you put wood on top of like a barrel, that's in order to warm it up to kill the woodworm in the wood. What's that called? Oh, they call kiln drying or heat treatment. Heat treating lumber, disinfectation. Thermal disinfectation, heat sterilization for woodworm. Yeah, charring. Yeah, I've been charring. I was charring the wood. Fire hardening. Charring. I'm not betting it. They're just boards. They're these big boards I had, but you could see the you know, it was in there. Yeah, I was pulling from my Mayan. I was pulling the skill. I just instinctively doing it. No, I did a bunch of boards. I've been organizing. I put some more shelves in. Yeah. No shit, no kings. So anyway, yeah, so I got to go to this guy's house, get more shit. He called me up. He wants me to come to the house tomorrow. So I don't know what he's giving me tomorrow, but dude, I'm running out of space at my house. I'm like just putting up shelving everywhere. So I'm trying to get as much shelving in the place as possible. Look at the Nazi. He's a comedian. All right. You see, tons. The thing is, when you say fuck Donald Trump, he's like, this guy is thinking of. I mean, he's this is passion. It's his idea. You know, it's like, oh my god, I want to fuck Donald Trump. Ugh, fuck Donald Trump. He thinks it's sexual, not fuck Donald Trump. Like fuck off. Right, Tons? Are you one of those closet homosexuals? Closet MAGA homosexuals? He's gone. Anyway.
On behalf of
Let's
US
listen to this guy.
taxpayers.
What's going on here?
Now, that's just the first $20 billion. The second half of this deal was more recent and is expected to come from private investors and hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, banks, etc. Now, you have to ask, if you're a bank, you might be like, why do I have to do this? I don't want to do this. And the only reason they're willing to is because the U.S. Treasury is guaranteeing the security of their money and some other perks I'll explain soon, but this is also why they want collateral, right? They want something to back the loan with. Because if Argentina defaults and it can't pay back the U.S., it's going to be the Treasury that gets hurt, and by extension, U.S. taxpayers, which are kind of left holding that bag. So are taxpayers paying? Not initially, but if it turns out to be a bad investment, then yes.
Fucking bad investment,
So
dude.
then, why Argentina is the next question. Because if you think about it, there's arguably a lot of other countries around the world that could use this money. It's not just Argentina that needs help. The U.S. might need it too. So first, let me just explain what the official story is of why Argentina, and then I'll get into some more interesting revelations. So here's the official story. According to the Treasury, this isn't what it looks like, right? It's not a bailout.
Not a bailout at all.
There's
no money being transferred. The ESF has never lost money. It's not going to lose money here.
It's being called a currency stabilization partnership, which is a fancy way of saying the U.S. is helping Argentina stabilize its peso by buying it directly through the Exchange Stabilization Fund. Now, the person in charge of this plan is, of course, the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, one of the smartest macro investors on Wall Street, because before joining the Treasury, he spent years running a hedge fund and managing billions of dollars for one of the most successful investors in history. Now, in his first month as Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent has been very loud about one specific thing, and that is that the United States has to take a bigger role in global markets again.
And he is committed to getting China out of Argentina. They're all over the place in Latin America.
He argues that after decades and decades of letting the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the World Bank, and China dominate the funding of the developing world, the U.S. needs to get back on track. In other words, he wants to slow down this chart right here. Remember this one? It's the chart that shows decades and decades of de-dollarization. So the goal is to defend the dollar's global role by helping allies stabilize their economies before China does it with the yuan, which we know will be backed by gold. So that's the idea. If the U.S. doesn't help struggling countries, it's not going to be able to exert its influence on the world, and China will instead, which of course it doesn't want. Okay. So he's like, Argentina is going to be a good example of how we're going to start doing this.
So we are going to use Argentina as an example. We back up our allies.
And his reasoning is that Argentina is a country with huge potential, right? Big reserves of natural gas and lithium, farmland. But right now it's just crippled by bad monetary policy, right? Inflation over 200%, multiple currency rates, a history of defaults. His argument is that by stabilizing the peso and bringing Argentina back into the global financial system, the U.S. can do both, help an ally and protect the dollar's influence across Latin America, which also happens to be a region that China's been trying to do that with for years. Okay, but when you really look into this story, though, you have to ask, cui bono, as they say, right? Who benefits? How does the money flow and who does it go to? Which private funds have exposure to Argentina and its debt? This is where the story starts to take a little bit of a turn. So here's where things start to look a little strange. And the more I looked into it, the more I noticed some really interesting connections between Wall Street, the Treasury, and investors with really big interests in Argentina's debt. Now, before I show you that, I want to give a quick thank you to CyberGhost VPN for supporting this channel and making videos like this possible. Best shows and Here's how some very powerful people placed bets on Argentina. These are just a few of them, and I have to be very careful here for obvious reasons, so this is for entertainment and research purposes only, but you can verify all of this yourself. There's at least two big funds that we know of. Funds like Discovery Capital, which was founded by Robert Citron, and Soros Fund Management. But where it gets interesting
He's bearing out
the
Soros?
U.S. Treasury used
Soros?
to work under George Soros at the Quantum Fund, where he managed billions of dollars and worked with the same people who run these funds and have deep investment interests in Argentina's economy. So the person who's now running the Treasury, the one who's approving this entire $40 billion deal, is the same person who spent decades making money from these types of trades. Now, that doesn't mean anything illegal is happening, but I think it's an interesting coincidence that's at least worth mentioning.
He's bailing out Soros.
Because a lot of those funds bought billions of dollars worth of Argentina's bonds that were already trading as what's called distressed debt. By the way, distressed debt just means any kind of bond that trades below 70 cents on the dollar. It's kind of a polite way of saying the market thinks you might never get your money back. High chance of default. And Argentina's 2035 and 2041 sovereign bonds, which makes up most of what Wall Street holds, have been trading as low as 25 to 35 cents on the dollar in 2024 and 2025. That is deep distressed. That's most likely you are definitely not getting your money back.
Listen up, because I'm about to give you the secret. Every time I post about an AI tool or business strategy, at the end of videos, I tell people to comment.
So they made a bet. And the bet was that the new president, Javier Milei, could come in and fix Argentina's economy by cutting out unnecessary spending. Remember all those videos way back in the day? It's about taking that chainsaw to government bloat and removing all of it. And if he could fix the economy, that would make Argentina's bonds valuable again. But that didn't end up happening, right? Inflation stayed above 200%, the peso has kept collapsing, and those same bonds have fallen more than 30%. Argentina's risk premium, which is the price that investors charge to hold its debt, increased exponentially. So every day that the peso goes down, the portfolios that hold those bonds are just bleeding money. What that means then is some very powerful people are losing a lot of money. But now fast forward to July 2025. Out of nowhere, the US Treasury steps in and says, don't worry guys, we got you. We're gonna stabilize your currency without congressional approval. We're gonna use the ESF mechanism, right? And yeah, that helps secure a potentially strategic partner. But as a side effect, it also happens to save billions of dollars for the exact funds and people that placed those bets on the recovery that never ended up happening. At least not organically. And because the official story doesn't tell us that this is a bailout, that's not the framing, no one can really criticize it as market intervention. But behaviorally, it looks like one. The money is coming from the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which remember, sits inside the Treasury. So if those pesos lose value, which they are, it's the Treasury that takes the hit. And when the Treasury takes the hit, that shortfall gets filled with new debt. New debt that taxpayers ultimately repay. And this actually has had real negative consequences on people like U.S. farmers. They're struggling because of costs and drought conditions and grain and beef prices. In other words, on a practical level, we are subsidizing private investors
We need more other
and
protest.
our competitors. So this is where a lot of people have that problem with what's happening because it also sets a very bad example. The U.S. government is now publicly saving billionaire investors who made bets that went bad.
I know.
So
It's
then if
ridiculous.
this becomes the model, doesn't it tell other hedge funds that the U.S. can save you as long as you can, work out a backdoor deal, and it can just be reframed as we're going to defend the dollar, right? We're going to defend American values. But the reality is that the U.S. is already running multi-trillion-dollar deficits. We're borrowing to fund programs, and somehow we're supposed to have an extra $40 billion laying around to gamble on another country's hyperinflated currency. So that doesn't make much sense. But let me just tie it all together and explain how this story is part of a much bigger picture. Because yes, this definitely helps Argentina. And it definitely helps the billionaire friends of this administration. But I don't think it's just about Argentina. It's also about the U.S. fighting its war with China over the idea of what money should look like in the future. Because think about what's happening. China's getting ready to build its gold corridor, right? The node of vaults across Asia, Africa, Latin America. And they're literally creating a parallel financial system backed by their economy with the money that's redeemable for gold. And the U.S. has also been doing kind of the same thing, but in reverse. So this bailout of Argentina, I don't think is some random act of charity, right? It's not altruism, and the president's not doing it just to be nice. He's doing it because it's supposed to telegraph to the world that the U.S. still has that power to stabilize economies whenever it wants. China might be lending in yuan backed by gold. The U.S. is now lending dollars backed by treasuries, right? And Argentina is sort of this test case scenario because it's the one Latin American country that's been slowly getting closer and closer to China. Because over the last few years, China's banks have lent Argentina billions of dollars to build things like power plants and railways and nuclear projects. They've been trying to pull Argentina into their sphere of influence, if you will, just like they've done with dozens of other countries across Africa and Asia. So the U.S. is like, whoa, hold on a minute. You guys are becoming too close of friends. We're like, we'll lend you $40 billion if you need. And that's to block China's influence and its play to keep Latin America
Yeah,
in
they just
the
bought
dollar
all of
system.
their fucking.
And
I don't understand what this guy's saying, because China just bought all of Argentina's soybeans. So, you know, that's
if
not
it
working
works,
out.
if Argentina can stabilize, which seems to be totally conditional on Javier Milei's re-election, because President Trump said if he does not get re-elected, the U.S. won't support him.
I'm with this man because his philosophy is correct. And he may win and he may not win, but I think he's going to win. And if he wins, we're staying with him. And if he doesn't win, we're gone.
But if he does win, and if it works, I think we're going to see this strategy play out again and again, but with other countries. There's already rumors that other currency stabilization partnerships could be next for countries like Brazil, very important, Colombia, Egypt, Kenya.
The Obama administration missed a big opportunity in the 8 years he was in, as many Latin American governments went center right. So we are seeing Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, Bolivia.
Countries that have all taken huge amounts of infrastructure loans from China that are now drowning in debt. Like Brazil, for example, owes tens of billions to China's state banks through the Belt and Road Initiative. And it's already part of BRICS, right? Colombia's peso has fallen over 20% last year, and it's facing serious inflation.
Yeah, you're right there, Eddie. United States traded pesos for dollars, $40 billion worth, and lost $12.6 billion worth of soybeans. I thought they lost more than 12.6 billion. I thought they lost like 20 billion. What's up, Abby Bound? Was that called a reverse troll? You know, I don't understand. What's people's fixation about a pedo? You know, these people fixated on pedos is sick.
Egypt, which is one of
Fake
China's
fuck
biggest borrowers in
Christians.
Africa, is also on the verge of another IMF rescue. These are exactly the kind of candidate countries where the U.S. could step in and try this out with. And remember, this is not the first time this has happened. Like I said, it's happened before in 1995 when we bailed out Mexico, right? For the similar reasons, to keep it from falling into financial chaos that could have spilled over into the U.S.
Eddie.
But this time it's
Love
a
it.
little different, because back then the world was still on the dollar standard. But now that's changing. And the U.S. is playing offensive defense, if you will. It also just happens to benefit some of the wealthiest people in the world, like Discovery Capital, which is one of the biggest holders of Argentina's debt, run by a former Soros fund manager, and the current Secretary of Treasury, who also worked under George Soros, running billions at the same company.
It's so funny. I didn't realize Bassett worked for Soros. Isn't that crazy? That MAGA is helping Soros not lose money in Argentina. I think that's the story right there. MAGA bails out George Soros bets on Argentina. Dude, let's start a new one. I think we need to start a new stream with that. Oh, I'm sure they do. They're sick fucks, dude. Dude, there was one guy who was just went off. Did you guys see that guy? See what happens here. It's gonna happen. Zoom in.
stupid bitch. That's why y'all here a bunch of criminals. I wish you would. I wish the would. Yes, the his family. Y'all a bunch of big things. Don't tell me calm down right now. Who the we don't like none of you. You okay? No, how can I be okay? You okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? I look like I'm okay? Don't come up in my face here because I hit hard. Wrong with you? Try it. I wish you would. Try it. You try me and see what the happens. Be angry. All of us angry out here. So don't think it's y'all alone. You who you telling get out of here? Why you telling me get out of here? You asked me a question and I'm answering you. Get out of here. Wrong with you? Oh, stupid ass bitch. That's why you gotta hide your face. My mother, your big stinking children, see? And your great grandmother. You tell me my mother. You wanna go to jail? You told me my mother, I can tell you anything. You wanna go to jail? With you? You wanna hit me? Hit me, bitch. You ain't got me. Nobody's scared of you. Your ass. Come. I done rings on you, bitch. Here you go fight, you bitch. You a bitch. That's why your kids them don't like you. And your wife is on you. That's why you gotta hide your face. My face ain't hidden, bitch. I'm American, you stupid bitch. Wrong with y'all? You can take me too high. I'm showing us who they're friends. You know what to do? Tell them, no. You want me? Sexy around. Nobody wanna kill me. Nobody's help me. Wrong with y'all? All of you. Put that on the news. Let Trump see it.
Fucking Jamaica mama, baby. God damn. That's what we want. That's the kind of that's what I'm talking about, right, guys? That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm talking about. You fucking courage. She has courage. You could hear the rage in her courage. You could hear the fucking rage in her courage, dude. That's what we're talking about.
What are y'all harassing me for? What is wrong with you? You sick? Go get a real job. Get off me. I'm
This is not a good guy. This is not a good guy right here. The fucking pussy ass fucking Nazis hiding their fucking faces, dude. This is the pussy ass Nazis hiding their faces. Because we know they're fucking bitches.
I want y'all to know that. Get off me. Okay? Really harassing me? Go home. Go home. You better get arrested. Go home. Okay, right here. I got 14. Can you please escort him out of here? Nope. Thank you. Sir, I got work to do. You refusing to leave? Sir, I'm not refusing to leave. I'm here to do work. No, sir. We asked to leave. You refusing to leave? I'm not refusing to leave. Leave me alone. Let me finish what I'm doing, sir. Please? Can you leave me alone? Thank you. Excuse me, I need to get my stuff. Excuse me. Good boy. Where's my stuff?
Good boy. Good boy.
You don't want to move out people's way, huh? Y'all want to harass everybody.
Look at them all. Look at all the fucking Gestapos. All masked up.
I want you to see the great American people of America, how they treat people. Disrespectful. Excuse me. Let's talk together. How you doing? Look at these Americans. You're touching me, sir. You're touching me. Touching my butt. You're touching me. You should be so lucky. You should be so lucky. I got 5 kids on me. I don't need it. You should seem like it. You should be at home taking care of your kids. And I do take care of my kids. What do you do for a living? Harass people? Yeah. All right, that's what I thought. Learn to get a real job. I got a real job. I swear to God, y'all. I hate you. And I'm sorry, I don't hate you. I dislike you for what the and I bet you $100 million. You're dumb. We all come from somewhere, you stupid mother.
This man, whose social media posts claim is an NYPD officer, cannot stand ICE's presence in his city.
Yeah, I'm not racist. You're racist for touching me. Your man harassed me. Your man harassed me. Your man harassed me. That dumb American harassed me. And it's stupid. That's just
Oh, this guy's a police officer?
Yeah, you get mad, big boy. You can't touch me. Security, no, I'm not done, sir. I'm not done, sir. Excuse me, I gotta go do paperwork. Sir, I gotta go talk to the lady. Not right now. This is a public building. Yeah, I'll calm down. I
As I was walking out, he grabbed my shirt like he wanted to fight me.
No, you interfering in an arrest.
No, he did not. I was walking out. Okay, so speak 4 languages smarter than your dumb.
And who could blame him, considering what they're doing to our great American cities?
And I'm gonna throw it right back at you. I'm gonna throw it right back at you. I'm gonna throw it right back at you. I swear to God.
In Chicago, where ICE has invaded the town at the behest of Stephen Miller, one woman was seen on video pulling an agent's mask down and exposing who he is. The comments, of course, did not disappoint.
Get up. Get up.
In another video from the city, an agent forcefully and brutally shoves a citizen to the ground.
From here? Where's here? Okay, is you born here? Is you born here, man? Okay, like you're born here.
In a grocery store parking lot, this woman was harassed by Donald Trump's secret police.
What are you guys so afraid of?
One business owner showed us how it's done by locking the doors before ICE could force their way in. They would retreat only to harass others.
It is important to note.
You're fucking insane, dude. These motherfuckers, dude. Motherfuckers. Nazis. Fucking Nazis. That's what they are.
What happens if my dad starts Tai Chi tomorrow?
How old is your father?
That what ICE is doing is illegal in many different ways. Now, the reason that that is a relevant fact is because knowing that it's illegal, ICE and all these agencies know that they're likely not going to be backed up. And in fact, that kind of bore itself out yesterday. ICE had done a bunch of arrests, and they needed people to see or feel like they were arresting people, but they actually ended up releasing a lot of them because they know they don't have a leg to stand on. The tactic that they rely on is just smash and grab, right? See what you can get away with. Can they just waltz up into a neighborhood and start snatching people up unimpeded? We've seen them just try to deport people. And then, even if it's illegal, even if the judge said that you can't do that,
yep, I
they
agree,
just say,
Eddie.
well, too late. We already sent them out, and that's it. Force. Use of force. Because if...
Is it? Yeah, it's AOC.
And complete the crime, the illegal behavior. That means community defense. Because they are committing a crime. And we can't allow people to commit crimes and break the law in public. We have to defend each other. They will issue a lot of threats. The acting director of ICE at one point threatened to lock me up. Best response you can do, I'm not scared of you. We are not scared of you because we know you are not legitimate. When people start not complying en masse, then they are not able to get away with it.
That's right.
We can't wait for them to commit a crime and then for a judge to say that was illegal.
Yeah, not like these guys, dude. Just like this woman.
I've been called out by everybody for the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge. Homer Simpson, Mike Tyson, Vince McMahon, like everybody's going crazy over this thing. I guess they want to see whether or not it's my real hair, which it is. So here's what I'm going to do. Miss Universe and Miss USA, I own it. They're here. They're going to really do a number on me. I'm challenging President Obama, my son Donald, my son Eric. Let's go,
Donald,
ladies.
son Donald. Is this real? I can't believe that's real. Oh yeah, Don Jr. I can't believe that's real. I guess it is. It's on his Trump organization.
Demonstrators tries to form a human blockade at a San Francisco immigration court today, trying to stop ICE agents as they attempt to move detainees from a courthouse to a waiting van. They shove their way through the protesters and push their detainee into the van. The crowd moves with them, including several protesters who threw themselves on the hood. As some agents climbed into vehicles, others walked from one courthouse to another, with protesters following step for step. As agents reached the second building, another confrontation, including an agent throwing a man to the ground, and then a gray sedan pulls up. The crowd dispersed after that federal officer stepped out carrying what appears to be an assault rifle. Demonstrators tries to form a human blockade at a San Francisco.
In New York City, temperatures flared as protesters gathered while federal agents carried out a joint immigration and customs enforcement crackdown on illegal street vendors here in the city's famed Chinatown neighborhood. That area around Canal Street is known for merchants selling designer knockoffs. At one point, the protesters surrounded the federal agents and attempted to block them from carrying out the sweep. At least one person was arrested for assaulting an officer. And Molly, I mean, this is a tinderbox. This is, we see these cities make it very clear they don't condone these ICE operations. The mayors and governors saying the same. And there runs the risk of moments like this, some of which could theoretically turn more violent.
Yeah, I mean, this is something.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work? Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problem. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
ICE raids are becoming real for New York City this week, with the first major operation happening in the Bronx early this morning.
I don't really have too much sympathy.
Video shows immigration enforcement officers escorting a man out of a building in handcuffs. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem wrote on X he was a criminal alien with kidnapping, assault, and burglary charges.
Get the dirtbags off these streets.
Understand what it's like to not be wanted. We already have people born and raised in this country. We already have a crime issue as it is. And we have immigrants coming here. And then, not all of them, obviously, but there are certain elements, certain groups of people that are causing issues.
Before coming to the East Coast, ICE reported arresting 4,000 people from Afghanistan, Angola, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Senegal, and Venezuela.
If they gotta go, then they gotta go. I don't think the removal of other poor people is gonna make me feel safe. The Bible tells us that it's the rich that are oppressing us. It's one of the steps to making it safer.
ICE raids are becoming...
No. Yo tengo derechos.
You said that you guys are looking for an individual?
Then if you're not willing to help us, then we're not going to have this conversation. I mean, if you're willing to help us, then we can have conversation. But if other than that, like,
Okay.
I mean, clearly you're talking to them, telling them not to open the door. They have rights. I understand that, but we might not even be talking to these people. We're actually trying to figure it out.
Okay.
So
That's totally fine. I'm sure you would have their contact information.
well, this is the address that we have.
Okay.
But I am also bringing, I am trying to bring some kind of understanding to what really is going on. I know what you guys are doing.
Ma'am, that's not why we're here today. We're not
No, that's not what you're here today. But it will happen.
In all fairness, what we're going to do is leave. We're looking for a subject. We will return to locate that subject.
Did you guys have permission to go all the way back there? No, I don't think you did have permission to go all the way to the back of the house. I'm not sure why you're not answering the questions, but that's a tell-all right there, so.
No.
What began as planned enforcement action by federal agents targeting street vendors triggered a night of protests across Lower Manhattan.
You should be disgusted with yourself.
Cameras captured scenes of shouting and pushing as demonstrators faced off against ICE agents.
A lot of officers came in and started questioning people and arresting some.
The Department of Homeland Security says the federal operation was focused on cracking down on the sale of counterfeit goods and involved agents from ICE, the FBI, and ATF. It's unclear how many vendors were detained, but according to witnesses, they were plucked from multiple locations along Canal Street, including Lafayette, Broadway, and Church Street, attracting the attention of New Yorkers who formed a crowd in protest.
What are you doing?
23-year-old Elzon Lemus was in his work van with a coworker when they were pulled over by ICE agents in Westbury.
What's up, guys?
Lemus was born and raised in New York and was stunned.
I felt like my rights were just like out the window and like it's like that. It felt like I didn't have anything. And what is this for?
What's that?
What is this for?
You look like someone
Looking for?
Yes.
Attorney Fred Brewington says this case is an example of profiling.
Unless there is an articulable basis upon which there is a reason to ask someone for their identification, which this officer did not provide upon a request, there's a concern there.
Let me see your ID, please.
What is this for, though?
All right, this is going to go one of two ways here. Okay. I need to see your ID. If you're not the guy I'm looking for, you're not the guy I'm looking for.
So who are you actually looking for? Because it's definitely not us.
Well, listen, if it's not you, then it's not your business who we're looking for, right? If I'm looking for you, do you want me broadcasting your business to everybody else in the world? No.
Lemus was taken out of the car, handcuffed for about 25 minutes while the ICE agents searched him. When they found his ID, they let him go.
They just left pretty upset because they couldn't take us.
Do you miss me too? When the sun starts to burn.
ICE deploys tear gas before neighborhood Halloween parade.
Our own neighborhood, scaring our children.
Chaos rocks a quiet Northwest Side neighborhood.
Started hearing some whistles, and when I looked out, I saw two fully uniformed Customs and Border Patrol agents tackling a guy to the ground, literally in my front yard right here.
That man had been working construction on a nearby home when federal agents chased him down and took him into custody in the 3700 block of North Kildare. His brother saying he's an undocumented immigrant who came to the U.S. with his family at 4 years of age.
Get the out of here, man.
Within moments, angry neighbors poured out of their homes, joining protesters blowing whistles who'd been on patrol looking for federal agents.
I don't understand how you could think this way, man. Scaring the children.
As angry residents shouted, the federal agents began lobbing tear gas around 9:50 Saturday morning.
You had folks who were literally out on the street taking their kids to this Halloween parade when this happened. And I didn't see anybody with a weapon. I didn't see anybody make physical contact with these agents. I didn't see anybody do anything that justified, for example,
The ruler of the sky was drifting helplessly in the water. He was meant to soar proudly through the air, but now he was struggling just to stay afloat. When the rescue team came closer, they were surprised to see a bald eagle with a trembling body and tired eyes. Without hesitation, they lifted it onto the boat, wrapped it in a towel, and brought it to a rescue center. There, a doctor carefully examined its condition, checking its blood flow and taking samples for further tests. A few days later, the results showed that it was healthy. When it was finally ready, the eagle looked at its rescuers as if to say thank you before flying freely once again to rule the sky. The ruler of the sky was drifting helplessly in the water. He was meant to soar proudly through the air, but now he was struggling just to stay afloat. When the rescue team came closer, they were surprised to see a bald eagle with a trembling body and tired eyes. Without hesitation, they lifted it onto the boat, wrapped it in a towel, and brought it to a rescue center. There, a doctor carefully examined its condition, checking its blood flow and taking samples for further tests. A few days later, the results showed that it was healthy. When it was finally ready, the eagle looked at its rescuers as if to say thank you before flying freely once again to rule the sky.
And there might come a time in our lives where it seems like everything's going wrong, right? Might call it a midlife crisis, your Saturn return, whatever, or just the world happening. And this can look like people falling out of your lives, conflicts arising, things.
A man becomes meaner when he doesn't want you anymore, but a woman becomes calmer when she doesn't want you anymore. Let me explain. These days, men don't walk away. They'll just hurt you enough so you leave, then play the victim like they did nothing at all. He'll trigger you on purpose, so when you finally walk, he can flip it and make it look like you are the problem. But see, a woman gets calmer when she doesn't want you anymore, because she gave everything to make it work. But when she decides to leave, it's because she knows you won't change. She already made noise when she wanted to stay, but you didn't listen. She won't leave you for another man. She'll leave you for her sanity, her self-respect, her peace. And when a woman chooses her peace over you, understand? You lost her long before she walked out the door. A man becomes meaner when he doesn't want you.
Johnny Depp should have listened to that with his fiance, whatever her name was. Remember the big old court case?
Abroad again and struggling to get online? Forget the hassle. Get the YesM app.
Where's Mikey? Time to go.
Everyone here, and I mean everyone, is talking about the game last night. You watch the game, Guillermo? Yeah, Jimmy, what a great game. Yeah, the whole thing is a great game. In case you're not paying attention, we had an 18-inning World Series game last night. The Dodgers outlasted the Blue Jays. This game went on for 6 hours and 39 minutes. If this game were an erection, it would have been raced to the hospital in the 14th. It was one of the best games I've ever seen. They used 19 pitchers. They were just about to run out of relief pitchers. It got to the point where I started warming up my arm in the living room. I was like, the game went on so long they ran out of commercials. I knew every word of that John Turturro college football program by heart by the end of the night. There were incredible game-saving plays at third, at the plate, on both sides. It went on, and it was like one of your mother's voicemails. Every time you thought it was finished, it kept
Nope,
going. But
we
then
don't
Freddie
debate
Freeman came
Nazis.
to bat in the bottom of the 18th. That was a killer for the Blue Jays. And the worst part, for the fans in Toronto is Freddie Freeman is a Canadian citizen. His parents are both from Canada. In international competition, he plays for Team Canada. Or I should say, he played for Team Canada. Now he's their least popular Freddie since Kruger. But the real heroes last night were the announcers for the game, John Smoltz and Joe Davis, who had to keep talking for like 7 hours straight.
Where the fuck is...
It got to the point where the conversation turned to fruit.
Listen, I mean, I'm like, it's a great fruit.
I mean, it's not like maybe Joe and John got into an edible in the 12th inning, but that's like a conversation you have with your ex at a neighbor's funeral. Shohei Ohtani had 2 homers. He had 4 hits. They intentionally walked him, 75 times. And then tonight he had to pitch.
I will remind you, you were the starting pitcher in the next game. We saw Dave Roberts, your manager, check on you in the 11th inning. How do you feel, and how will you feel tomorrow?
今日の試合の展開っていうところもあって、下の状態、投げることに関してどう思いますか？もう早く帰って寝て、明日に備えたいです。I want to go to sleep as soon as possible so I can get ready.
Mikey is getting smashed in his stomach. He's just there and he's getting his team buddy is whacking him.
With the Prime Minister of Japan. You know, when Trump visits, you have to find something to do with him. You can't just take him for a stroll around town. So instead, you take him for a stroll inside
This is funny.
the palace, where he gets uncomfortably close to the band. Just kind of stands there staring until the Prime Minister leads him to the other side of the room, where, not much to see here. Kind of lumbers past the flags. He salutes the drapes. I don't know what he's saluting. Keep going, Mr. President. We need you to keep moving along. Now he's just bored. Now he's like,
He's just taking
what
off.
the hell am I doing? I'm missing Sean Hannity for this. So who can I even talk to? He's like, oh, over here? All right. I think I recognize some of those people. I think a couple of those people work for me. So I guess I'll go. It's like he's lost at the mall. And then maybe I'll just climb up onto this little podium. Where the hell are the geisha girls I was promised? They're just walking them around the plate. It reminded me of something. I was trying to think, what did that remind me of?
Locked in the
Westminster Dog Show. It's
the Japan's bitch, dude. Trump is Japan's bitch.
The Prime Minister pulled out all the stops for Trump. She nominated him for a Nobel Peace Prize. She had the World Series on TV for him. She even gave him some gifts. She gave him a golf bag signed by a Japanese golfer and gave him a putter owned by the late Prime Minister Abe. Unfortunately, he no longer has anywhere to put that putter because all his closet space was in the East Wing, which he's destroyed. The charm offensive seems to have worked, though. Trump praised the new Japanese prime minister as a winner. He said they've become very close friends, and he told reporters he has caught more shrimp in his mouth at Benihana than any president in history. He was impressed by it. And then they had a
signing ceremony to seal the deal and declare a new golden age of U.S.-Japan relations. There you go.
You could have 1 million followers and still not be able to pay your bills.
Over 1 million creators and brands are growing fast.
They say it the same way in Japanese. And declare a new golden age of U.S.-Japan relations. There you go.
This is great. Look at this. What's wrong with my... I'm with stupid. She looks a little bit like my wife. He was just wandering around. And I'm gonna walk this way, and then it was like that Marine had to catch up with him. Oh, sir, this way. The Prime Minister was like, "I'm to fucking let this motherfucker go." She was like, you know, this way, and then they turn, and he like just takes off like running, and she just stops and just watches him like, what the fuck is this motherfucker doing? I'm sure they were laughing. I'm sure they're fucking laughing.
The Prime Minister then joined Trump at a rally aboard the USS Washington, where she got to hear him just rambling to our troops on a range of subjects, including magnets. He hates magnets. He hates magnets, windmills, and sharks. But he loves steam.
I want to know, catapults, which is better, the electric or the steam? They had steam, which works so beautifully. Steam, they said they could fix it with a hammer and a blowtorch. I love the sight of that beautiful steam pouring off that deck. I'm going to sign an executive order. When we build aircraft carriers, it's steam. I like steam. We're going to go back to steam.
And when we run out of steam, we're going to oxen. Big teams of beautiful oxen. He loves steam. And then he closes things out as only Donald Trump can. You know, we used to send the Dallas...
How fucking embarrassing is this shit, dude? How fucking embarrassing is this shit is?
Big teams of beautiful oxen. He loves steam. And then he closed things out as only Donald Trump can. You know, we used to send the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders on these U.S.
God damn.
Now we have this. Meanwhile, while Trump's slurping noodles in Japan were on day 28 of his big, beautiful government shutdown, air traffic controllers missed their first paycheck today. So if you are visiting us from out of town, you live here now. You're not going back. Speaker Mike Johnson said there's nothing more Trump can do about the shutdown. The guy who's ended 8 wars. A man who's
we're used to it there now.
Started.
James, we're used to it. We're used to it. We were used to it. We already had 4 years of this shit, dude. Yeah. And just, you know.
Including Marjorie Taylor Greene, who reportedly lashed out at him on a call with House Republicans. She said her party was letting the country down and demanded to know the Republican plan for health care, which Johnson refused to share because there is no Republican plan for health care.
No.
The reason Mike Johnson won't share the plan for health care is the same reason George Santos won't show you his volleyball trophies. They do not exist. So instead of health care, super important stuff. In fact, Team Trump just ordered the FBI to look for documents related to the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. The White House wants to find out where Hoffa was buried.
Where's
so
Hoffa?
They can throw the Epstein files in there with him.
I know, the double giraffe jerk off.
Features excellent dial finishing with applied indices and magnified date window.
30. Employees of the FBI have been asked to search their workstations for any records relating to the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. Search their works. Boss, I found some pictures of Hoffa under my Dilbert calendar. Jimmy Hoffa disappeared in 1975, 50 years ago. First Amelia Earhart, now Jimmy Hoffa. Is Trump running the country or rebooting Unsolved Mysteries? We are, I'm telling you, we're like a week away from him giving Kash Patel a crossbow and telling him to bring him the head of Bigfoot or something. Actually, last night Trump's bragging about how well he did on this cognitive test they gave him as part of his surprise physical. For whatever reason, Fat Albert Einstein has been boasting that he would crush two House Democrats, two he does not like, AOC and Jasmine Crockett, both of whom he deems to be low IQ in an IQ test. And so I, quite generously, I think, offered to host a competition between them. The opportunity to show how much smarter he is than these women in order to celebrate his intelligence. So I offered to host and produce a live TV event that I believe would be the greatest television show of all time. I was going to call it Grandpa Don's Dementia Bowl. I feel like he wouldn't want that on the trophy. So instead, we're calling it the James C. Kimmel Cognitive Aptitude and Mental Brilliance Invitational. Donald Trump versus Jasmine Crockett and or AOC. This is not a joke. I am very serious about making this happen. And Mr. President, I think if you listen to my pitch, you'll be into it too. What's the thing you cherish most above all else, above family, above, that's right, ratings. Ratings. Think of they will be huge. They'll be bigger than the night I came back after you tried to have me canceled. All time of a live.
I'm Jimmy Kimmel, dude.
By your participation. Okay. You know, it's almost Halloween. Are you dressing up for Halloween, Guillermo?
Where the fuck is my son?
How are you going to figure it out? Is your son Benji going trick-or-treating? Yes, he is. He's going to be this year. Yes, of course. Candy. Did with candy making, 30 grand right now. But you live with people under like 17. You probably have no idea what either of those things are, what costumes they are wearing.
Cowboy.
Can we dress you as one of this year's popular costumes and you can try to figure out who you are?
Sure.
Okay, Jeff, who do you think you are?
I have, it looks like my teacher in 6th grade.
You are a day of the week.
That would be Sunday.
Maybe Hot Fudge Sunday.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
There we go.
On Wednesday.
Are you
That's not a character that I'm familiar with.
When you were a kid, what would you dress up as?
One thing every time, a hobo.
Can you still say hobo?
Hobo, I guess, yeah. And that's what we do.
Can we put you in one of the most popular costumes of this year?
I guess you could try it.
Who do you think you are?
I'm one guy, but I got a sword, so I don't know.
You're roomie, and you're gonna hunt some demons. Go get them.
Okay, I'm rheumatism for...
I'm rheumatism.
No. Can we just show you a little of it? Say something your character would say.
Be very careful. We stop the trouble.
Can we try a costume on you?
Sure.
Who do you think you are?
Marshmallow.
Here, just sing this right here.
Sing it. Skibbity dop dop dop. Yes, yes. Skibbity dop dop. Skibbity dop dop. Yes, yes. Skibbity dop dop.
Okay, who are you?
I have absolutely no idea.
Can we get you to try on one of today's popular costumes?
Absolutely. I'd love to.
What sort of animal are you on?
I'm on a duck.
It's a chicken.
Okay, I'm on a chicken.
And who are the people that ride horses at the racetrack?
Jockeys.
Put those together.
A chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Everybody sing.
I don't get it.
Can I get you to try something on and you try to guess what he's dressed as?
Sure.
Guess so.
Let me ask you this. How familiar are you with neo-lesbian arena pop?
Not at all.
Any guesses? Who do you think you are?
Princess Leia. You guys got me stumped.
You're a princess, but I don't think anyone wants a Leia. Come on.
Good point.
Come on. We're talking to people about Halloween today. And look, you guys are already, you got your candy corn thing.
Yeah, that's right.
You got your Pennywise thing. Fantastic. Can I try one of the popular costumes on you guys?
Oh my God. I'm her.
But what costumes do you think this is?
An astronaut.
You guys are from Squid Game.
Oh, that's the program that's on Netflix. They show them off at the end and something about dead bodies or something. Okay.
Do me a favor, Alex. Put it back on.
That was pretty fucking hilarious, dude. That was hilarious.
To the man who lost his alpha potential due to procrastination, losing interest in long-term goals, waking up tired and
I'm surprised they could get. I'm surprised they could get those seniors dressing up as girls. The toilet guy, I'm not the guy who said Princess Leia, and he goes, "Yeah, you ain't no princess. No one's gonna lay you." That was funny. That was fucking funny. Princess Leia, yeah, you're a princess, but no one's gonna lay you. Why are you telling James to go? James, where's James at? Who are the UCP terrorists in the butt? We read of all James stuff. What the hell's James? Good day, everyone. Last day. The last days of the American Empire. It's not looking good for trade deals. How did the people allow this to happen? Because of AI and billionaires. Danielle is a treasonous maple MAGA. Absolutely. What people here are. Are you in Canada? I love Paris. Amsterdam is cool, but Paris is the bomb. Putting our difference aside, I'm embarrassed for America. What's UCP? What's UCP? I need to ask AI. Tell me about the organization UCP in Canada. Go ahead, tell me again.
I'd be happy to. The UCP, or United Conservative Party, is a political party in Alberta, Canada. It was formed in 2017 when two other parties, the Progressive Conservatives and the Wildrose Party, merged. The UCP is currently the governing party in Alberta, and and its leader is Danielle Smith. Do you want to know more about their political platform or policies?
Are they pro-Trump?
Based on the results, the United Conservative Party, UCP, is a right-leaning party, and there are some similarities between their ideologies and those of the Republican Party in the United States, of which Donald Trump is a prominent member. However, it's important to note that the UCP is a Canadian provincial party, and its focus is primarily on Alberta's issues.
So do they want to become a state of America? What's their stance on merging with America?
It's not part of the UCP's platform to merge with the United States. They are focused on Alberta's interests within Canada. Would you like to know more about their stance on a specific issue?
Do some people say that they're terrorists?
Okay, I couldn't find any information suggesting the United Conservative Party is considered a terrorist organization. It's a mainstream political party in Canada. Perhaps you're thinking of a different group?
No, that's probably it.
Sounds good. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
No. Where the fuck is my son? Let me go get Mikey. It's already 8 o'clock. Just sitting there talking with some people at the gym.
To all senior ladies, printable chair yoga workout is now for free.
Tomorrow morning, we're kicking off the Chair Yoga Challenge for beginners over 50. Just 7 minutes a day.
No, let's go. We don't have time. No, you don't have time. Let's go. Your mother's waiting. She's hungry. I made dinner for them. Sitting around. I said 7:30. It's already 8 o'clock. I've been waiting here all this time.
He's going to do this ballroom. So when they came to him, the building, the contracting team, on the engineering team, they came, they had a meeting, and they said, you know, listen, it really would be much cheaper and faster just to tear down the East Wing. And he said, this was given to me as a quote, he said, fuck, but can we do the demolition at night?
Wow.
So, you know.
The idea would be Washington would wake up, the East Wing would have evaporated. Michael.
Joanna.
You're looking like a crisp autumn leaf, if I may say today.
Well, you know, the time has arrived.
The time has arrived, people can't see it.
It's overcoat. My mother used to say, never bring out your overcoat until November 1st, but when I got up this morning at 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Well, people can't see that you've got a pair of, what brown is that? Rich chocolate brown corduroy pants on.
No. Tobacco.
Oh, tobacco. I'd forgotten about tobacco. Although I do think smoking is making a comeback, actually. I noticed that in that movie with Julia Roberts called After the Hunt, where she smokes a lot. And that's not something you see very often.
You know, but as soon as you say the words, I become nostalgic.
Oh, don't start. All right, did you smoke? Not really. I lived in France for a bit, and I smoked very briefly Gauloise untipped until they made me ill, and then I never smoked again.
Well, I did for many years.
Did you?
Best years of my life.
No, the best years of your life are yet to come, Michael.
Or in social media.
They're yet to come. All right, where are we starting? What's going on inside Trump's head, even though he's in Japan as we speak? What's going on in terms of the demolition of the White House? What are you hearing? What are you hearing?
Well, I did hear something, and I was recount someone who was privy to the room in which, you know, so he has this idea he's going to do this ballroom. It's going to be called, by the way, and I don't know if this is official, but certainly within the White House, this has been official that this will be called the Trump Ballroom.
Right.
But of course,
it outweighs the size of everything else. It muscles everything else.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a kind of backdoor to how you call it the Trump White House, which might be a bridge too far, but the Trump Ballroom is going to be very much a real thing. So anyway, and of course that he got into this by saying the White House itself would not be touched. It's just going to be an add-on. And then of course the White House was really touched with the wrecking ball. And so when they came to him, the building, the contracting team, the engineering team, they came, they had a meeting, and they said, you know, listen, it really would be much cheaper and faster just to tear down the East Wing. And he said, this was given to me as a quote, and he said, fuck, but can we do the demolition at night?
Wow.
So
the idea would be Washington would wake up and the East Wing would have evaporated.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing, I mean, that's a real estate developer trick. Once what you tear down, you cannot build back. So it's a fait accompli.
Right. Once it's demolished, it's gone. Yeah, a bit like Penn Station.
Well, a bit like there's a lot of projects in New York. I mean, and if you're a developer from New York, Trump is a developer from New York, there are always all kinds of impediments, social, logistical, political, in some sense like democracy itself.
Right.
In Washington, whatever you do, whatever you propose is going to have social, logistical, and political impediments. And clearly Trump has gotten around so many of those things in the 10 months of this administration. And that kind of comes out of his experience as a real estate developer. And going back to this, how do we avoid, imagine the outpouring that there would have been if he said, I'm going to tear down the White House.
Right. Well, there was an interesting piece in the Washington Post that said this is obviously the metaphor that everybody's been talking about, but this is why people actually like Trump, because he gets things done, because he tears through the red tape.
Well, we should be more specific. This may be why Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, likes Trump and has been very clearly, incrementally shifting the Washington Post. Democracy dies in darkness. Remember,
which was
the White House.
Right.
The White House dies in darkness.
Right. Well, the White House is demolished in darkness.
Yes. But clearly, Bezos has been organizing and directing a shift of the Washington Post, to a Trump neutral and perhaps a Trump favoring.
High school, there was a boy who could read Ha's mind.
read minds would decide the outcome of the match. The one who could read Senban Yasakura's mind.
Meet who? Who do you want to meet, James?
Publication. Well, it was a very skillfully written opinion piece because it nodded to the fact that, in theory, the East Wing is something that we all love, but in fact, this is how change happens. And, you know, when Truman put up the balcony, everybody thought, oh, this is outrageous, but now it's fondly called the Truman balcony. And so...
This is all bullshit. I mean, this is all, you know, I mean, what's going to be... I mean, it's very clear what is going to be built there should not be built. It's going to be out of proportion. It's going to be a...
Like, you touch anything on YouTube now, it fucking breaks it.
Which has been very symbolic of the American democracy. It's fundamental. I mean, that is the White House.
It's not a palace.
Is
not
a
a palace.
symbol. No, it's a kind of a little. You know, I mean, the family has a little space. The West Wing is like a kind of a college admissions office.
Well, it's a sort of warren of little offices up strange staircases.
Yeah, no.
It's not grandiose, is the point. It's not like a Russian palace. It's not like a British castle. It's not like Buckingham Palace.
And even those things would be better than what this ballroom is going to be like. This ballroom is not going to be like any of those things. It is going to be like, actually, my wife zoomed in on this like a wedding mill in New Jersey.
Like a wedding mill in New Jersey. My repeating that phrase, by the way, is going to irritate one of our commentators. We're going to come to some of your comments later, who said that I have an annoying habit of repeating things that you say. But often I'm repeating them because I'm thinking about them, and I'm trying to make sure that people haven't missed them if they've been making coffee or something.
Yes, and anyone else can repeat them.
So, we've got the insane rapid demolition. The only thing that I think would be very interesting is if Donald Trump managed to rebuild it or build his ballroom really quickly. That would be impressive. I've got an anxiety that it's just going to lie there as a pile of rubble because he's sort of moved on now.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, Jeffrey Epstein always said, I mean, Donald Trump was a moron and a grifter, and he could go down the list of things that he was. But Epstein would say he was actually really good at organizing construction.
Okay, well, let's see if that works out here, because I'm sure there are various people, and actually we've had lots of people writing in saying, can people sue him and stop him putting up the ballroom? Is there a mechanism to do that?
Well, there probably is, but the point is when you've already done it, the facts on the ground have now changed. What are you going to do? Just leave it like that?
Well, in some areas where there is really strict zoning, people are sometimes made to unbuild their house. So it's possible that a court or someone could come back and say, Historic Commission or something, you know, you have to rebuild it as it was. That was not your job to tear it down.
Yeah, good luck with that. That's under...
Well, because he turns out to have the power to be able to do this. All right, so he's in Japan. Meanwhile, Steve Bannon has been talking to The Economist, saying that he's working on a third term for Donald Trump. And then Donald Trump, on the plane on the way over, was talking about maybe a third term, but it wouldn't be that he would be the vice president to J.D. Vance, because that would be weird. It would be weird. But... what do we think? Third term, no third term?
Let's go through. There are kind of, there's a couple of there's a couple of dimensions going on here. Okay, within the White House, I mean, nobody believes that Trump is going to have a third term. Nobody believes that he can, in any expression of the American Constitution, have a third term. Nor does Trump believe this. Okay, but having said all of that, they understand that it won't happen, that it shouldn't happen, that it can't happen. Against that context, might it yet happen? And remember, so much of what Trump has done, we would have said, oh, that can't happen.
Right.
And then it happens. Tearing down the White House, for instance.
Well, bombing random boats in any sea that you care to mention at this point.
Bombing random boats, yes. So anyway, so then we have Steve Bannon going on stage with the editor of The Economist and announcing that it is not only will it happen, but there is already a plan in place for it to happen. Now, I think I've said here that there is no baloney like Bannon baloney.
Right, you've definitely said that here.
And I want to repeat that because that's absolutely true. Because it's not as if Steve Bannon believes that there is actually any constitutional way for this to happen, or even that he believes that this will happen. What Steve Bannon believes is that it is going to get him noticed by saying it will happen. But that does not mean that what he says, that the way he understands how Trump works, and although Trump, and that's the other thing about this, that basically Steve was using this to suggest that he talks to Trump. He does not talk to Trump, and more importantly, Trump does not talk to him because Trump really dislikes.
Get the most out of Instagram. You could have 1 million followers and still not be able to pay your bills. Turn comments into cash. Sell more products, boost event signups, and crush affiliate sales all on autopilot.
Steve Bannon.
Well, and it feels to me like Steve Bannon had a moment where he got Donald Trump elected, and they used each other, and then they had no use for each other.
Right now, but we're and remember, Steve Bannon has then styled himself even before Donald Trump as the spear of this new movement, the MAGA movement, although it wasn't even called MAGA then. And is he now trying to style himself as the spear of a third term? And again, there's a whole bunch of jujitsu acts going on here because clearly Steve doesn't believe, Steve is a smart guy, doesn't believe that this is possible. But how do you make the impossible possible? And if you are the guy who elected Donald Trump president, you really do believe I can make the impossible.
Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner is under fire for a variety of old Reddit comments and an extremely poor tattoo choice. Graham says he got the tattoo with a few of his buddies in the service during a drunken night of shore leave in Croatia, and it turns out it's not just a cool-looking skull and crossbones, but a Nazi insignia. Well, yesterday we received the update that he has already had that tattoo covered.
I think that racism and anti-Semitism are a long scourge on our society, and a long scourge on our politics, and I think it has no place in our world. For that reason, I have gone and gotten it covered up. I went to a tattoo parlor, and I got this to cover up the skull and crossbones.
I genuinely believe that this Graham Plattner question is at the heart of what course the Democratic Party is going to take for the future. Will establishment Democrats continue to limit the field to the most professionally boring and uninspiring people on the planet, or will the Democratic base reject their smear tactics and force a new anti-oligarch direction? Because if you are opening the gates to a broader range of candidates who haven't just been planning presidential runs since they were like 5, like total psychos, you're gonna get some warts. You're gonna get some weird A Democratic Senate candidate, Graham Platter, is under fire for a variety of old Reddit comments and an extremely poor tattoo choice. Graham says he got the tattoo with a few of his buddies in the service during a drunken night of shore leave in Croatia, and it turns out it's not just a cool-looking skull and crossbones, but a Nazi insignia. Well, yesterday we received the update that he has already had that tattoo covered.
I think that racism and anti-Semitism are a long scourge on our society and a long scourge on our politics, and I think it has no place in our world. For that reason, I have gone and gotten it covered up. I went to a tattoo parlor and I got S to cover up the skull and crossbones.
I genuinely believe that this Graham Platter...
Stephen Miller is the winner of the suck-up contest. I've gone around to several White House people. I said, explain Stephen Miller to me, because he's, as we talked the other day, he's a weirdo. Even Trump acknowledges that he's a weirdo. How does he keep rising? And across the board, there's one explanation, and everybody rushes to it. They say, he's the most incredible suck-up. You have never seen this. The flattery, the ooze, when he is in the room with Trump, it just can't stop. And it's one of the few things that makes Trump shut up. He just likes to listen. How does his career continue to flourish when everybody knows he's a weirdo? He's not really somebody anybody is comfortable with, you really want to be around, and who you might trust on any matter, because he's so weird, looking at you with those weird eyes. But at any rate, everybody responds the same way. They rush to say it. He survives and thrives because he's such an amazing suck-up.
Talking about Stephen Miller.
Stephen Miller is the winner of the suck-up contest. I've gone around to several White House people. I said, explain Stephen Miller to me, because he's, as we talked the other day, he's a weirdo. Even Trump acknowledges that he's a weirdo. How does he keep rising? And across the board, there's one explanation, and everybody rushes to it. They say, he's the most incredible suck-up. You have never seen this. The flattery, the ooze, when he is in the room with Trump, it just can't stop. And it's one of the few things that makes Trump shut up. He just likes to listen. How does his career continue to flourish when everybody knows he's a weirdo? He's not really somebody anybody is comfortable with. You really want to be around, and who you might...
What day is today?
Friday.
Huh?
No,
Friday?
Tuesday.
Huh?
Tuesday.
Thursday?
No.
Wednesday?
Yeah.
This guy didn't even stop. Wow. Really dumb.
Receptionist here at Skyward is more important than the three of us. They have no power, so therefore you gotta be nice to them. You're not nice to them, you're gonna get
That was a
smacked.
really bad intersection. That car just kind of just drove through it.
I'm dropping money because they could be so horrible.
Not an intersection you want to drive through.
Ruthlessness. Sure, you can get an outcome. You can get an arc of ruthlessness. You can ascend to media status, television star, presidency. But now you're only trying to guess. Is that what you want? I don't want that. Okay, I want the people that I'm closest to love me. The only way they're gonna really love me is if I show them unconditional love, and I don't feel better than them. You could be Roy Cohn ruthless. You could act like a complete jacket. You could try to steamroll everybody. You could be a bully. You could be a thief. But then you look like Trump. Yeah, this is like loaded, train wreck, angry, lonely, miserable man. You could have the achievements of the American presidency. You could have buildings named after yourself. But inside, you feel like a piece of shit. You really understand how to live life. You can take care of it.
Protest, protest, protest.
Secretary and a receptionist here at Skyward is more important.
Violence only gives an excuse. Peaceful, because then it backfires on them. You just got to be able to take the punches. Take the punches.
You can ascend to media status, television star, presidency, but now you're a lonely train wreck asshole. Is that what you want? I don't want that. Okay, I want the people that I'm closest to love me. The only way they're gonna really love me is if I show them unconditional love, and I include them, and I feel better than them.
See, they lose like when they when they throw the woman down on the ground, when they zip tie the kids, they lose. We need more of that. When they punch someone or violently apprehend them, that crocodile guy, they lose. They lose. It's about losing the publicity battle. So you just got to be in their face like that black woman calling Nazi. All right. Oh my God. Yep. You gotta, let them, the more Nazi they are, the more old people they push over or beat up, the more they lose, right? They lose. You need to smile and laugh at them, dude. You have to do undo. You undo them with a smile and laugh. Smile and laugh and call them a Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi. Like that. Oh my God, that drives them crazy. And the more angry you get, the more you laugh at them. Yeah. Trump looked huge. He's sitting around talking to his buddies, No, you're 45 minutes. You're waiting.
I always wait.
You said it
wait 20 minutes.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't. 30 minutes, but you just wait 20 minutes.
Mama, it's mama.
You just wait 20 minutes. You say, I'm so worried then.
Mama. I don't care if it's just me, it's fine, but I care about Tommy and Mama. They're hungry. You're being selfish to them. When I'm late with you, it's one person. One person. Yeah, it's me and you. But when there's other people, you have to be sensitive about other people.
We pay money for boxing. Maybe you always say that I can be there.
Who's your brother? Are you hungry? Huh? Huh? Nani? You do what?
You put in your headset.
What are you saying?
You put in your headset.
No, I'm not up nothing on. You want to eat or no? Yes or no? Chicken? Mike, you don't want chicken? Nanda.
チキンはいいよ。マイト、チキン食べれ。トマトもそうやって言ってるよ。マイト。
How about cucumber? You want cucumber?
I need to be there in 5:30.
Huh? What?
I want to be there in 5:30.
Where?
Uh-huh. Please don't be wait. If I told you. Can you be there for?
Huh?
Yeah. 4.5.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to pick up here 45 miles.
Why am I not me?
じゃああんたは何時で伝えないの？分かったったら何時で伝えないの？
Hey.
Hey,
What?
when you serve chicken to Mikey, you gotta take off the chicken skin. Okay?
Yeah.
Because it has high fat in there.
Don't eat the skin, Mikey. Don't eat the skin.
これ乾くなよ。一番脂肪がある。
Oh, just eat it. Eat it. Get your stomach like your dad's. Eat it. Put in the thing. It'll be better. I can eat anything. You gotta get your gut bio like mine. My butt biome.
ただもうないの。
何? What?
チキンないの。
I can cook more. You want more chicken for tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow and the
What's this here? Pork. You want more chicken this time? The rice is fattening. Rice is fattening, isn't it, Tommy? Tommy, isn't rice fattening? Tommy, isn't rice fattening? It's carbs. Carbs is fat.
Garbage has a lot of energy in it, so.
Carbs is fat. What do you want?
Not
Your
cutting
thing there.
carbs is dirt.
Right there.
And
It's
also
necessary
real
for
good
dirt.
to digest.
How about your seaweed? Put some seaweed on that. Yeah, that's not fattening. Seaweed's not fattening. You can eat lots of seaweed. No calories in seaweed. It's like vegetable. No, it's 37 grams. Seaweed. It's seaweed. How can seaweed be fattening? Huh? Oh.
知らん、気になることですね。カツオって大丈夫？カツオ。カツオっていいんか？どういう
How about I have cucumber. I'm here. Eat this here. Like, your favorite. Like your favorite. Try that.
してるって縄跳び。I don't want to eat this one.
Why?
Why?
It's your favorite.
My favorite. I don't want to eat it.
Cucumber.
Hey, you really helping me now?
Mwah.
Let's show you.
I don't know.
醤油どこ？醤油ないけど。
I don't see it. Might.
だしって書いてあるやつだよ。かつお節入ってたところを開けるとさ、一番上にボトル入ってるやろ。紙のボトル。
So he's there.
醤油よりもこっちの方が甘い。
That's not soy.
同じぐらいの量でかけて。めちゃくちゃうまい。
Here you go, Tommy. I got you these to make you fat. You see these, Tommy? What? What does Mama want?
あ、セントロマスなんだけど。はい、ママのこと作そうですか。あ、こう見てて、面白いな。
No, you should punch him in his belly because he was practicing. You could use that, hit him in his. He was being, his teammate was punching him in his belly.
Don't advise to me.
No, you should do it. Because you're weak. If I punch him in the belly, he won't be able to get up. What happened? You broke it already? Oh, broke it already. Oh, really? Get a new one. What are you doing? Maybe Mama should do it. Again? Mama, you're gonna get hurt. Jet, not full force. Get her used to it first, Mikey. Try to hit him in the head. He's got a duck. He's good at ducking, Mama. He's good at ducking. Try to hit him with the other, with your left. Swing at him with the left so he ducks. Huh? It's fine. You can still use it. Swing with the other one, Mama. Punch him with the other one.
How?
Like that.
I am not getting
Like that. Like that. Swing at it with the other one, Mama. Swing with the other one. Tommy, let Tommy do it. Tommy, then you swing at him. Swing at him so he has to duck. Try to hit him with the other one.
Yeah. やばいやばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。やばい。マイキーのパンチがすごい強いやつ。なんであんたにはそれができるの？たままできないそれ。
Should I show you how it's done?
You want to do it. Ah, すごい。クマや。やれやれ。もっとやれ。やれやれ。ぶっつしました。やれ。もっとやれ。すごいです。上手。
How you doing?
すごい。ただちょっとダメ。ノンストップ。
ああ、疲れた。
Ready now. おもろいな。すごいな。マイクのパンチいいよ。あれは相手をこうちょっとノックダウンしたの。いやあったか。あなたでもおかしくない。
They elected someone that can handle Trump. Japan is smart. They typed into AI. What kind of person do we need for prime minister? Oh, you need a woman. Oh, you need someone who's like Margaret Thatcher. It's all an illusion for dumb fucking Trump. Trump is so easy to play. Yeah, yeah.
Can I go there?
Dozo. Like if I said no, like it would matter. Dozo? I don't have a plan. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh.
Thank you.
All right. Why ain't you gone yet?
Dada, did you go to the hospital? Don't wear into the stupid color, okay? Or we throw it away.
No.
I would throw it away.
Don't throw away. This shirt was really expensive. This shirt was so expensive.
Why you choose the
I didn't know.
and the black color?
I will wash it myself. Don't wash it, okay? Don't wash it. Don't wash it. I won't wash it. I'll just wear it like jeans all the
Why
time.
you choose that color?
I don't know why. I was stupid.
Gray is fine. Gray color is fine, Dada.
And black?
Don't ignore me.
Go watch your TV show. Ignore.
Also, that material is good. The gray one. It's
All right.
you know.
All right, guys. I'm going to bed now. Nice to meet. Good night. Bye-bye.